Morning, everyone. How are we doing today? We're finally back, and we are finally going to finish this game. I am so ready. There's so much we need to solve, and there's not much left, so we're gonna be learning some crazy things, I believe. I hope this game doesn't make you assume things. I hope it does have a clean cut ending. But yeah, let's just jump right into it because I don't know how long this game will be. Let's see. So we did get a one of the endings. There's 6 endings, so we already got one of them. We'll jump up here. Because now all the protagonists are meeting up and stuff, which is good. I thought we'd be killing more people, but nope, that's just the prologue. Hello, Mickey. Welcome. I'm doing well. I just woke up. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's Jun Ario. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Tatsumi, and yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he's Damn, Ario, rude. Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down. So you two are detectives. This is my client, Mrs. Haruo Shigima. Her father's a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A bigwig named Shigima? But boss, you know of this guy? Shit, I've heard the name, but I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I am my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time. Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull. Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That's our motto. How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on a second. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. Damn. I thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn attention. Then again, that might just be because nobody wants to get involved with the case. So these detectives are out here because of the recent string of strange deaths. It's best we keep quiet about our involvement with the curses. Oh girl, no, we are talking about the curses. What brings you here, Richard? You on a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year? Oh, I remember. You're that Haruo Shigima from the kidnapping case. Huh? Did I miss something? Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Monsada Shigima's grandson was kidnapped, which must have been your son, ma'am. Indeed. The story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part. Most of the investigation was conducted in secret, and unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case. Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. So they never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. So your findings have brought you to this place then? That's right. An individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to? That's right. As of last week, they're deceased. We'd hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. Ario knows. He's like, I know what's going on. It sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like these. If there was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice. Well, I do consider the police my people, so you consider the blame to be shared. You've got a stern side as well, I see. Oh. Okay, well... A young and energetic detective, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer just like him. He seems like he's got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are bureaucratic, desk jockey types. The contrast is rather striking. By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. Oh, he's just gonna go straight out and be like, you a curse bearer? And that is... Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Hanzhou? Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly... With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed at the lady. If you insist. What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? I've heard of the 7 mysteries, but this talk of curses eludes me. Is that so? Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Really? Come to think of it, I heard something about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around. Wait a second. I assumed they were talking about you, investigator. Well, I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation. Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary? Out of the ordinary, huh. I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were talking about the curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss, Richard's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you got to say. Something is happening in Hanzhou, isn't there? It must be something big if they've got you head office guys on it. Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richard. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection? And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Hanzhou. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get this situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we're talking about shady characters... There was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Street. He had an average build, he was anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think? Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Arashi. We already got his curse stone. Impressive! You two were working quick. Did you see anything else? Not that I can remember. That's a shame. Well, first of all, Tatsumi has a curse stone that lets him know when people are lying, so he knows they're curse bearers, or Haruo is. If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse stone, it'd be a huge help if you'd let us know. Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richard, perhaps you could lend a hand on our case too? There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, no? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my clients is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. Well, can't say that's not fair. What do you need a private investigator for anyways? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with. Oh, I can talk to him again. Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richard. Yes? You said the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shirashi by any chance? You knew? I thought so. It seems we're here for the same reason then. Seriously, Michio was involved with curses and magic? Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking to Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi? Oh right, Heimji Yoshimi's. That's right, he died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It was a most unfortunate loss. So there's a connection between Heimji Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio? Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had anything to do with the kidnapping? Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn, I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth, and then we tell them. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Jonochi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense? I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet, but the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we found point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those, psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true then... Did you figure something out? Kenkichiro Aiwa. Oh, janitor serial killer. With multiple names. Wait, what? Kenkichiro Aiwa. He'll be the next victim, but why? We have to open the door to Shirishi's house. We need to look inside. Hey, what's gotten into you? Boss? I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked. Screw that. You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. Damn. Richard? Hey, Richard, calm down. We can't just... We're breaking into a house. Take that, you shitty door. That's how you do it. Okay, we're breaking into places. Richard, get a hold of yourself. I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick. Look at this. Wait, what? Whoa, what's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here. Whoa, could that be Michio's dad? Nah, that's her stepdad at best, if that. It's got to be the body of Kenshiro Iwa. But they said this was the murderer, the mass murderer, so it can't be the janitor. Hang on, something's not adding up. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up. Looks like he's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Ario, did you find Jonochi's body in the It looks like his hand's kind of messed up, like right there. Now that you mention... Yep, look at that. It's the... Oh, God. It looked as though Kohai Jonochi had died from a number of heavy blows. What are you suggesting, investigator? It was Michio Shirashi. She's alive. She used the power of the curses to get back at the man who ruined her life. That's ridiculous. You're suggesting she actually revived? It's got to be that. And if she's still alive, then... Oh, the storyteller! My apologies for interrupting. I know we've arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Oh, hello Era, welcome. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Consider this. What if Michio Shirashi never died? Well, no, she was all messed up. Well, seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you? And so, I would have you answer me a question. Oh shit. Where in Hanjo was Michio Shirashi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning? What? Where? She's dead. Eight o'clock this morning. I'm gonna say the candy shop. I'm probably wrong, but the ending we got Namagaki went after Yako, but then it turned out to be like Michio. And Yako was having like some issue where she was like acting different. And we learned about possessions and how you have to be close to the person for them to like get in you a little bit. And Yako was at her house at 8 this morning. So I think her spirit is connected with Yako. I see, very well. Fuck, I was right! Congratulations, you are correct! As expected, you got it in one go. Well, the cause of death was such. Was it not? You must have noticed some time ago. Let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. What? So you really think Michio Shirashi is alive? Just think it through and it becomes obvious. It tracks, but do you really think that girl could have managed all of this? First of all, Ariel, go report this to HQ. Understood. I'll get right on it. That poor man's running around like crazy. I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs to be looked at. There's a bunch of photos of the same person, pasted on the wall over there. This is the serial killer. But it's him. Huh? Whoa there, hold on, those photos. These are all of Fumichika Nejima. Gross. Really? Come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more plastered up over here. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine? Let's keep looking around. There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but by the looks of it, I'd say he's Kankichiro Iwa. You've seen him before? I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation. Is this what a curse does to a person? Ma'am, it'd be better not to look so closely. It's amazing. Yeah, Tatsumi's like, girl? Curl is what it is. It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but wonder what in the world this is. They're magic ruins. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time, they're useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it. Oh my, who knew the chief inspector was such an expert on the occult? Well, his job was in the paranormal field. I just chanced upon the information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty involved on the subject. Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all. Looks like the things spread around have been like this for a while now. This ritual, or whatever, was something he attempted up recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night. You think Iowa was the one chanting? Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shirashis as well. If we look through the books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. There's candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual? Hey, don't touch anything, you hear? Ah, that's right. Concerning this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as is. All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensics toys with it, it'll cause trouble down the road. Interesting. Oh. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'll be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue looking around. The sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. Look at these pictures of Fumichika Nejima cut out from magazines and newspapers. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was. You think the Shirashis are somehow connected to the Negima case? Sorry. Perhaps they did this as to not forget a grudge or something. It's crazy to think Najima might be involved in all of this too. Do you think he might have had anything to do with the body here? Maybe. The man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with a curse stone now. He announced that from sundown today, he'll be going on a killing spree. Oh dear. There's an emergency search underway as we speak, but no one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard. So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Najima murders either. You don't say. That's right. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River that brought the incident to light. You don't say! You were the kid from back then. You were really brave. You did a good deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea. So you two have met before. Fancy that. It's a small world. I've been worried that Fumichika Najima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am. You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole is quite the resentful type. Oh dear. That asshole. I wonder who put the idea into his head. Now he's got the one-sided read too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Hanzhou at sundown. Seriously? On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all things, the man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter. Damn, that's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put. The fuckers want us to get all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head. Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Aiwa and Fumichi Najima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Najima's location. Let's hope so. The person who put all these photos up must have been obsessed with Najima. They might have had relation to Najima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite. The opposite? What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration? But then... It's the same man in every picture. Is that Fumichika Najima? No. This is quite the spectacle. I don't think I'll ever manage to erase this from my mind. Don't worry, Richard. You're quite the spectacle yourself. Do you mean to compare me with the likes of a bizarre criminal? These aren't just cut from publications. They even snapped a number of shots of their own. They must have admired him. Why else would they have collected so many photos? Whatever the case, it's certain they were obsessed. So someone was obsessed with him. The window and storm shutters are closed. No light gets in here at all. It's pitch black. Neighbors mentioned they started to keep the house shut like this not long ago. This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside? Huh? I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right? Right, Ario isn't here, so let me take a look at it. There's just clothes in here, not much variety either. Can't say they were big spenders. Well, I was hoping to find some kind of talisman here, but I guess we have no luck. I see. Thank you anyways. I think we got everything but the old books. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves? Well, it's not like I'm gonna be any help with foreign languages. Go ahead. Thank you. Huh. This seems to be a book on Western black magic. Wonder why Western black magic. Hello, Sora. Welcome. The same runes are written here alongside the detailed descriptions of the procedures. I needed that sip, thank you. I suppose you'd call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, though. You think this Iwa guy was studying them? Perhaps to perform some kind of ritual? There are a bunch of handwritten notes besides the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. Iwa doesn't look like the type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But why would he be studying black magic? According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again? A lot of it is turning to be restoration of youth. Not about like resurrecting life, but just getting your youth back. That's what I'm... Interesting. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Oh, here's the resurrection stuff. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous. Resurrection, like the rite? I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. What is it? This looks like a journal. It was probably Iwa's. A journal? His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Oh wow, now this is something. What is it? What did he write? This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So this Kenkichiro Iwa fellow, he'd been searching for a spell to restore youth for years. So he was into black magic from the start? He believed if he could learn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire. You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Najima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison. Okay, so Najima and him are not the same. So that means janitor, serial killer. Correct, okay. But I remember them saying that Najima and Ichio's Bob were like an item, but I guess that's not correct. It was a different criminal. What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence. Luckily not a coincidence, it seems like Iwa took an interest in the Najima murders after it made news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man. Worship? Najima, of all people? This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. Iwa had been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Najima, he made sure to get in contact. This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this, the thought of Najima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection? To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Najima murders. Yep, it's been a mystery to us all from the very start. Whoa! Wait just a minute, do you think... No way, are you saying... That's right, the murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Najima. You've got to be kidding me. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic? That's what the evidence suggests. However, Najima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but Iwa had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Najima and Iwa were both acting in earnest. This is batshit insane. You're telling me that Nutjob did this all for some hokey-pokey resurrection? Shit, resurrection. That means there must have been someone Najima wanted to bring back to life. Oh. Damn, that's it. That has to be it. Fucking hell, it makes sense now. What is it? So about the Najima murders. There's some information that's been kept from the public. Go on. When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A baby? It was a girl. Looked to be about 6 months old, but she was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure the girl would have died. So with Najima the father? He told us he'd found her under a bridge. Then who's that child? He found her! She was abandoned? I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent. Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then that I could never get out of my mind. And it's starting to sound more likely now. Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Nejima's guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. Yeah, I remember all of that. Among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed, was a girl who was pregnant. Goodness, that's horrific. He killed her and dismembered her body. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside her. Oh, damn. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation. Here? But I, for one, never believed that man would just take in a baby found under a bridge. I'm feeling sick. Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear. Like I said, don't take that to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now this whole resurrection magic has come into play. We should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. Damn! It's just the theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true. That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is a good guess as any. The fact that he obtained a curse stone suggests he has an interest in the rite of resurrection. Damn, you're right. And here I was thinking that he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector, yeah? What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. So here's the thing. That was about 20 years ago, so the woman would have to be in her 20s. There's only 2 women. No. There should only be about 3 women around that age. One would be Tetsumi's daughter, which I think is Ayame. I don't think the Yoshima's fiance is it. But I think Yoko matches up completely. Like, I think she's exactly 20. I'm pretty sure I commented about Shogo's and hers age, and I'm like, oh, he's a bit older than her. We're gonna... Huh? Let's see. After obtaining junior college degree, due to her ability to face things cannot, she received strange looks at a young age. Following graduate desk job at Butler. Okay, we're gonna look at her photo, and then we're gonna jump and look at... I think it's her. It has to be her. And then I don't think we have Ayame. Hang on. There she is. Yeah, I have a feeling this is Tetsu. His daughter. Yoko is Nejima's, and then the beautician has nothing to do with that. We'll see if I'm wrong. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of. Don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in Iwa's journal. We know Iwa had managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick. Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic. Correct. Turns out someone gave him the idea. Turns out someone gave him... There's a little typo there. Turns out someone gave him the idea. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairman of Haihaku Soaps herself, Natsue Yamamori. Wait, the chairwoman of Haihaku Soaps? So that's where this leads. Here, let me read what he wrote. The queen of Haihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived, and she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Magic, rituals, and rites, she'll use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like. Damn. So she would even throw her money at the occult. The place greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Arashi. She presumably funded his research into the rite of resurrection as well. That's what this all points to. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Haihaku pounced at the rumors of the rite of resurrection. It's starting to sound more likely. It might also be why she's spreading the rumor about having godly powers. It's convenient cover for if she became young again. Godly powers? What's this all about? You can ignore that. Either way, I think Aiwa took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce a family into taking him to keep a low profile. That's why Michio's mother went with him, because he had money and they were down on their luck because the father passed and he was like the person who had the money. The Shirashi family, Michio and her mother, Toshiko, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am? Huh? This has something to do with me? No, you can't mean. You've realized then. Perhaps. Kankichiro's I was living sacrifice was a child. That's exactly it. Aiwa moved in with the Shirashis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young. Oh no, of course, that awful man. So it was Iwa, this man. Iwa worshipped Najima, so he must have also despised Najima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Najima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time? Fuck. You've got it. Aiwa captured Haruo Shigma's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. Oh. She is... Oh my god. You're telling me that this horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child. Oh god. That vein. I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted the money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses and then kidnap him on his way back home. That man, he took Suichi. Look at that face. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. This isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices. What a stupid, stupid idea from a stupid little man. Okay, ma'am. Let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we get some fresh air? I can't believe this. This... Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one important piece of information noted in his journal. Oh? Iwa got in contact with Najima last year after Najima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support. Is that so? He managed to find a hideout for Najima to stay in. Damn it. If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shirishis, it seems most went to Najima instead. If Najima's lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably at that hideout. Did he write where it is? Unfortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Najima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up among other things. What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Wait, no. She's alive. That's right. Michio Shiraishi is alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too. Investigator, I'm asking you. I should be going. The lady's not well. They didn't even tell him that Tatsume knows they're curse bearers. Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some fresh air, ma'am? I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits. We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here. You're right, but Richard, I feel grateful towards Michio. Because she killed the kidnapper. There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul dregs, I mean. Hey, Richard? Whether the kidnapper's dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Najima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul dregs, then all the better. I won't give up on the resurrection. She's hell-bent on the resurrection, damn. So, I'm counting on you. Alright, we're back at the high school. Boss, I just talked to the Sumida police. Oh, what now? They found an abandoned van in the Shibuya Mountains that looked like it's been in an accident. They couldn't lift any fingerprints from it, but they found blood splatter on the front. And guess what? The blood is a perfect match for Michio's. Oh, so it must be the van that hit Michio. You got it. It's all thanks to Yoshimi that we were able to find that. The license plate had been removed, though, and they even scrapped off the vehicle identification number. It'll take a while to identify the owner. Now they're trying to figure out if the van was sighted anywhere between the scene of the crime and where it was dumped. Got it. Thanks for the report. Oh. Cute. Alright. By the way, boss, we've confirmed that Michio died in a vehicular collision. But we are sure that it really was an accident? Good question. I was wondering the same thing. The damage done by the collision indicates that the driver was driving at a considerably high speed, but there are no brake marks to be found. It was a hit and run. Exactly. Which suggests that they may have been intentionally targeting Michio. Then what was the motive, you think? Who would have a reason to kill Michio? The first person that comes to mind is Kenkichiro Iwa. After all, she knew about his crimes. But then, Iwa was supposedly able to control Michio by imitation alone. There's also the teacher who was taking advantage of Michio, Kohai Jonochi. But it wasn't either of those, it's Namagaki. But to say he killed her to stop people from finding out that he was blackmailing her? Doesn't seem likely somehow. You're right. though both of them have fallen prey to her curse. That's true. In that case, it's quite possible she'll also decide to extract revenge on the person who ran her over. Hello, anime. Welcome, welcome. Not just possible, she may have already done it last night, just like with Iwa. Is there anything else that could have served as motive? The talisman, maybe? The one Yoshima was looking for? Oh, do you think someone wanted to take it from her? Well, the talisman wasn't found on her remains, nor in her house. But doesn't a hit and run seem like too drastic a measure to go for a little talisman? Then in the end, it might have just been an unfortunate accident after all. Yeah, it looks that way. It's nice that we got permission to use the school as our base of operations. The principal and head teacher were a little reluctant at first, but they were convinced that it helped the investigation. Dealing with all this must be a real headache for those guys. I should thank them again later. Either way, what we need now is a testimony from Michio herself. With a bit of luck, we may be able to ask her what happened during the crash ourselves. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that particular development. I still have my doubts that it'll be so easy. Either way, we won't be able to do this unless Mio and Yako show up. I'd rather have them come sooner rather than later, but I guess we just have to wait. Shall we head inside? Alright then, let's go. Alright, let's wait in the school. I'm sure they'll come around any moment, so then we have to go back to their chapter, select the school, and then come back. I'll see you again. Ain't that interesting? The Records of Fate, Yin Scroll, huh? Well done, you two. That's some good information you got from that teacher. Thank you. Good job, boss. Operation Schoolgirl was a success. Ario, stop making things sound weird. Anyways, let's share what we found at Michio Shirishi's house. Yes, please. Yes! A man named Iwa kidnapped sacrifices for black magic? And Michio helped with the kidnapping? And Mr. Jonochi used that to blackmail her? Based on the report and looking at the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Jonochi and Iwa, if Michio Shirishi did that, it would make sense. Furthermore, there are signs that Michio Shirishi wanted someone to notice. Huh? Really? The ribbon that was left at the scene of Kohai's death is proof of that. Mio, I'm guessing you already knew that. Ah, yes, ever since this morning. But there's one piece of information I need. But I think we're near her limit. So if we get this Records of Fate Yin Scroll, we'll be able to dispel the curse? Yes. The source of this curse is a tragic event called the Hanzhou Incident that dates back to the Edo period. And forgot how to say this. Named Simon Tsuchi Mikaido is said to have recorded a way to deal with the curse. So I think there may be a way to dispel the curse. Right. I'll leave how to approach this to you, Mio. I'll check with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, but please, make finding the Records of Fate Yin Scroll your top priority. Music is always ominous. That's what I love. It's like so mysterious and it's like, it gets you into the game and story, I feel. Understood. But how do we go about looking for it? It's possible the descendants of Seimin have inherited, but I don't think they're aware of its existence. It'd be nice if we had a clan crest or something to go off of. Maybe we'll have to ask Paranormal Affairs. That reminds me, Mio, was the Western black magic used by Iwa and Nijima really just an imitation? Huh? Why are you asking me? Oh, boss said that you knew about this sort of thing. Do you not? Well, I mean, I have some knowledge, but... How strange. I don't think I've ever told anyone that. It's okay, Mio. No one's judging you. Right. But it still feels a little weird. So, what's your opinion on it as someone familiar with Western black magic? If I could have looked at their grimoire, I could be sure, but based on their methods, I'd say they intimidated black magic popular around 300 years ago. It was advertised as magic anyone could use and was employed as camouflage to evade witch hunters. It's notable because they purposefully required living sacrifices to make it difficult to disprove its authenticity. Wow, you know so much. I'm impressed. It totally matches with the vibe you've got going on. What do you mean by that? Don't worry. Have some confidence. Right. Thanks, I guess? That's a cute little image, though. That is cute. But we are talking about death and magic, so... If that black magic is just an imitation, then we probably don't have to worry about it. I'm just glad things aren't getting even more confusing than they already are. Oh, right. About the mastermind. I had an idea. What is it? Is this about the chairwoman of Haihaku Soaps, isn't it? You mentioned her when you were telling us about that Iowa person. Yep. Whether their goal is to restore youth or to resurrect someone, she's got her hands all over it. She has money, too. It would also match Hideki Arashi's account of a woman's voice. An evil businesswoman with supernatural powers. A classic setting. If only we could confirm those powers of hers were actually real. We'll need to keep an eye on her. I'll tell HQ to look into her. Now then, if we're nearing the limit, I'll stop beating around the bush. Time to tell it to you straight. Byako Sakazaki? What, me? Yes? Take out your curse stone and give it to Mio. Oh, my curse stone? It's just been in my pocket all this time. Thanks. I'm gonna borrow it for a second. Well? Yes. There's soul dregs inside after all. I was right. What? How did this happen? I didn't do anything. I swear. You have to believe me. It's okay. We know. Yako, calm down and listen to what I'm about to tell you. But there's no mistake that Jonochi and Iwa were killed by that curse stone. But the one who committed the act is the ghost of Michio Shirashi that is inside you, Yako. I was right, she is possessed. What? Inside me? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's okay, Yako. Please calm down and listen. You've been possessed, Yako. By Michio's ghost. What? It probably happened when you were offering flowers at the site of the incident. Filled with regret, her lingering ghost reacted to the presence of her old friend and entered you, Yako. No way! You mean Michio's ghost is inside me? I've explained this once before, but just because you've been possessed doesn't mean that you lose control of yourself. Normally, the mind will reject such attempts, and it do nothing more than affect one's mood or energy levels. But Michio had powerful spirit sense to begin with. And because she was your friend, your mind was open to accepting Michio's spirit. So for those reasons, your minds merged without any issue. It's going to be difficult to separate her from you at this point, which also means it will be difficult to guide her spirit to the afterlife. No way! We've merged? Me and Michio's minds are... But I don't feel any different. I mean, I'm me. I think. That's because after she merged with you, Michio started to believe she was you as well. As a ghost possessing you, she's not fully conscious, only a jumble of vague memories. Still, there are traces of her consciousness and memories as Michio Shirashi. You have been acting a little different from usual. You would also sometimes react when coming into contact with things with powerful influence. Really? That having been said, if we don't have a proper understanding of the regrets Michio Shirashi had when she died and why, it would be difficult to separate her from you. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm sorry. If I carelessly provoked her ghost, it could have risked causing her to dig even deeper into your mind. Oh no. When we mentioned limits earlier, we mean that by letting things proceed like this, there's a possibility that you will join completely, making it impossible to separate her ghost from you. If that happens, you'll never be able to tell which of your thoughts belong to her and which belong to you. What? That's so scary! You mean I won't be myself anymore? But if it's Michio, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Oh, I don't know. What should I do? But it was actually Michio who used the curse stone while I was unaware, wasn't it? Doesn't that mean her ghost has already taken over my body? Well, about that. I think that's probably the effect of the curse amplifying murderous impulses and the influence of the Feast of Shadows. While you were asleep, the ghost's powers were boosted and strengthened by the feast. Michio's consciousness surfaced and took control of your body. Then that means I was the one who killed them. I cursed them both. Yako, no. You were being controlled. Right, Inspector? Yeah, that's right. It's likely she'd be recognized as not being responsible for crimes due to possession. It's not something you can control. No need to worry about it. No, you're wrong! I wanted to kill them too. Those feelings must have come out. It's not only Michio's fault. When I learned that Michio didn't commit suicide, I wish that all the cruel adults around me would just die. I had a curse stone with me, and I wanted to get revenge for Michio if the chance came. That's how I felt. Yako! Because Michio wasn't able to escape her terrible situation. It was so hard. It wouldn't be unusual for someone to take their own life. And I had this curse stone. I made Michio get revenge all by herself. Michio tried so hard to keep on living in silence, and I treated those feelings like they were worthless. I should have done something right away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Michio. That's why I killed them. Yako! There you are. Oh, hi, Michio. What is up with you? You've got me worried sick since you haven't been coming to school lately. It feels like it's been forever. I'm glad you seem to be doing well. Yeah, sorry. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you why. I've always regretted it. Oh, come on. You're acting like we aren't buds. You tell me if anyone is making you sad and I'll take care of them. Thanks, Yako. Actually, I'm here because there's something I wanted to tell you. Really? What's the matter? You can tell me anything. Well, the truth is, I did something unforgivable to an innocent man. Saying that I was forced to and didn't have a choice doesn't undo it. I'm sorry. I feel so guilty. What? I've done so much I can't take back, all because I was weak. There's no escaping the hell I've created for myself. I couldn't handle it anymore. I started thinking about killing him and dying myself. Neither of us deserve to live in this world. What? But something went wrong, and that's why I died with regrets. But thanks to you, I finished what I wanted to do. Thank you. And I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Wait, you don't need to apologize. It's only now that I realize. And I know how selfish it is. But I hope you remember the time we spent together as friends, and how we were able to be together at the end. Please, don't forget me. Huh? No, Michio, wait! We passed out. Huh? You're awake? Do you feel okay? I'm sorry I had to spring that all on you, Yako. What? Are we in a classroom? Uh-huh. Was I dreaming? Sorry to rush this along while you're still gathering your feelings, but we need to hear what Michio has to say now. Right. And so, after considering what to do, it is true that Michio's consciousness has mixed with yours, but if I summoned her ghost, we may be able to establish some communication. Oh, I understand. So you thought to use the spirit board again? Yep, I have a hunch. I think the spirit we called last time may have actually been Michio herself. Really? You think? And that her spirit has been close to you ever since then. Then let's do it. I think we should, and I want to hear it from her. Very well. I have no idea if this will work during daytime, but let's give it a try. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, here we go. Do you remember how to do it? Place your finger on the 10 PCN. Right, like this. Good, now do as I do. O Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. O Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Please tell us if you are here. It's here. Now, is it the spirit of Michio? Yako, would you mind asking the spirit? Alright. O Spectre of the Spirit Board, are you the spirit of Michio Shirashi? Yes. Ah, it said yes. Don't be so sure. Some spirits like to play tricks. Can you try asking it a question only Michio would know the answer to? A question only Michio would know the answer to. Let's see then. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, how much did the ribbon I bought with Michio cost? 4? 9? 490? 490 yen, that's right. Well, it seems we have the right spirit. Okay. Can I have you ask her a question? Okay, what do you want me to ask her? I want you to ask about the location of Fumichika Nijima's hideout and the location of the talisman as well. Okay. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please tell me the location of Fumichika Nijima's hideout. Please, terrible things will happen if he isn't captured soon. I'm sure it's painful to try and remember, but you're the only one who can help us, Michio. Please. Oh, and then it goes. It moved. This is an address. She's giving us the address. Amazing. Thank you, Michio. Okay, I have the address. Thank you. Alright, Ario. Gonna move on and check out that address. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ and order a simultaneously house search and sweep of the area. I just hope the information is accurate. I know it is. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, do you know where the talisman that you had is? Yes. She does know. I wonder if we can find a way to narrow it down. I'll try asking. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, did you carry around the talisman with you all the time? Yes. So she did carry it with her. Then, did you have it on you when you had your accident? Hello, Ace. Welcome, welcome. She did. Huh, she had it with her. But there was nothing resembling a talisman in the articles left behind at the scene. So that means someone took it with them and ran off with it before the scene was investigated? But who would do that? This would mean someone knew Michio had died before the police did. The first person to discover and report it was the caretaker of the apartment building next to door. Should we check with them? Let's see. The other possibility I can think of is the perpetrator of the hit and run. But it was a hit and run. Wouldn't they have run away? It might be possible they came back, driven by fear or something. Even so, they didn't report it and went through her belongings. But to only take the talisman? Seems hard to believe. Unless they were after the talisman from the very beginning. How likely is that, if the talisman really is so special? Ariel mentioned the same thing, but to run someone over just to take something from them? It's possible they just picked up the talisman after hitting her no particular reason. Either way, if it really was a hit and run, then I hope they get caught. It's possible she remembers something after seeing the picture of the car. Then, shall we try asking? I'll try. We already know who is responsible. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, do you know who is behind the hit and run? She says she knows. That's a relief. If she hadn't known. Huh? In order for Michio's spirit to find peace, we need as much detailed information about what happened as possible. We can't send her off to the afterlife if we don't know what happened to her when she died. This isn't a forced exorcism. Huh. So that's what it'll take. Alright, I'll try asking. Right. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, who was the one who ran you over? I hope she knows the name. I wonder. N A M I G A K I. See, I think if you didn't go that ending, this would be shocking. Shocking. Huh? Namagaki? What? You mean Yutaro Namagaki? You two know him? We talked with him after we left the cafe. He used to be a curse bearer, right? I see. So that's why Yako had that reaction when she saw him. What? Come to think of it, that guy said he wanted to talk about Michio. What? The hell is he planning without his curse stone? He said he's waiting near Ryogoku Bridge. Got it, I'll join you too, once we're done. He's the bastard who killed Michio? Yes, he is. Yako. This should be enough information. We can release Michio from her suffering now. Let's do it. Alright. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. No. Michio. Thank you. You helped us. You know, I'm so sorry I didn't know about it all. Your family, the kidnapping, Mr. Jonochi. I'm so sorry. It must have been so hard. Not that I could understand, but I'm sure it was so hard. I mean, of course you would want revenge. I wanted it too. We've all done things that we wish we could take back. But I'm glad that at least I know the truth. Yako, there's so much I want to say, but that's enough. Let me ask you one last thing. Someday, can we hang out again? Oh. You mean it? Okay, it's a promise. Have you asked everything you wanted? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to guide Michio's spirit now. Yeah, it's time to say goodbye. Michio, with this, I'll finally be able to free you. Hey, Yako? Yeah? You never accepted the idea that Michio took her own life. I'm glad you never stopped trying to find the truth. Yeah, you're right. Even though I didn't realize just how hard things were for her. Mio? Sorry. It's just, Michio, she was taken advantage of by so many adults around her. She put up with so much. I should have tried to talk with her some more. I know how you feel. Thanks, Mio. I know, Mio is adorable. It hurts thinking about all of the things I could have done. Why did this have to happen to someone so kind and hardworking? It feels like she was ill-fated to the very end. It's just so cruel. But even then, she didn't even tell me about this stuff. And she let herself worry about revenge than living. I'm mad at her for that. Sure, I should have noticed something was wrong, but come on. Ugh, what was she thinking? Seriously. I mean, seriously. Am I really that unreliable? Of course I'd help you get your revenge, you idiot. I don't care how you had to change, or whatever. I just wanted you to live. Yako. I'll take responsibility for what's been done. But one day, if we meet on the other side, I'm gonna have to give her a good punch. Then I'll tell her she's the real fool's procession, or something. Then we'll hang out like always. Sounds like fun. Alright, I'm sending her off, okay? Oh, wait. Look, the coin. It moved to no on its own. You're right. When did it do that? It seems she still has something keeping her here. Yako, do you have any idea about what Michio wants? Me? Oh! Please, don't forget me. I think she told me that she didn't want me to forget. Hello. Hello, bro. Welcome, welcome. I see then. Michio, if you can hear my voice, let your feelings that you won't ever forget her be known. Show it through an action. What? Do something that shows you won't forget. Do something that shows you won't forget. What? I can't do anything. Do something that shows you won't forget. The only thing I can think. Oh, the talisman was her father's. Do something that shows you won't... Maybe this is an audio cue. Hang on. Show something... It's not... Do something that shows you won't forget. Show it through an action. It's not letting me move it or anything. Am I like... I'm just gonna click all over the place. What is this? It's really not letting me do anything. I just had to look it up. There it is. Yeah, it's this stuff you kind of have to look up. Though, I don't really want you to punch me. So, live a long life, okay? I'll see you later. See, it's cool that they add that type of stuff. But at the same time, it becomes kind of hard to, like, do something. With that, I'm gonna shut the sound off again. Like, I know Tatsumi has the foot washing mansion, but just to be safe. Yako, are you feeling alright? Yeah, I'm fine, actually. I feel a lot better. I guess I really wasn't feeling like myself recently. It was like there was a part of me that I had no, control over. Or something. Yeah, I think you're back to your normal self now. I'm glad there weren't any problems. I wonder if Michio was able to find peace. I know she did. You don't have to worry about that. It seems that her regret was not being able to tell you what was going on and growing apart from you. Well, I guess I can forgive her for that. But there's still something bothering me. Really? Yeah. I wonder what this feeling is. It's like there's a piece of her that hasn't left yet. It may be an after effect. Maybe because you gave your stone to Chief Inspector Tatsumi? Oh, so he has like a ton of them now. Doubt it. Having a curse stone shouldn't have any effect on your body. But dealing with 4 curse stones sounds like a lot of stress. Good work, Chief. Someone's like a completely different person all of a sudden. But are you really sure about this? Having us arrest you once this is all... This game has an autosave, Mickey. So it's fine. To proceed, you had to do like a hard save, though. But this game has an autosave. So she wants to be arrested after all this is over. You might be able to get your case treated as just an accident. It's fine. Treat me the same as someone who used the curse stone to kill someone. If anything, I should be thanking you for letting me go free until this is all over. So thanks, Chief. Alright, Namagaki, let's go. Whoa, you didn't say anything about bringing the police. Sorry, but we don't have time to care about what you have to say to us. What business do you have with these girls now that you've lost your curse stone? I'll tell you this is for free. I have her curse stone already. Ugh. Toro's visibly shaken. That must mean there's some reason he doesn't want the cops around. Oh! I just love these birds. We should let him take care of this. I don't have any ill intentions. I wanted to tell you that. I want to help if you intend to resurrect Michio Shirashi. That was my intention from the beginning when I received my curse stone. And that's why I took your curse stone. Man can't be too careful. Besides, what connection do you have with Michio Shirashi? We, met once. I was so sad to hear the news of her death the other day. Uh-huh. Met once? I see. Well, I'm sure it must have been painful for you, but... Do you think bringing the dead back will erase the fact that you hit her with your car? What? I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Brother! Oh wait, the curse stones don't work in the day. But still, I know you're lying. There's a lot of traffic around here. It's very noisy during the day. The amount of exhaust coming from cars is overwhelming. I hear it's not healthy. Yeah, it's not healthy, my dude. Oh, didn't mean that. If you don't know, I'll tell you, and you'll let me ask the questions. Ugh. Did you just get your license recently? We found a van with bloodstains on it, you see. It's only a matter of time before we find out who the owner is. What's that supposed to mean? Why don't you tell me a little bit more about your relationship with Michio Shirashi? Not only that, you killed someone with your curse stone, didn't you? Stop. Stay away from me. Damn it. Okay, I give up. Ugh, it's all over for me. Afterwards, Yutaro Namagaki gave his confession. He admitted that he was behind the wheel of the van that hit Michio Shirashi. He explained that he was speeding in order to impress a girl he had in the car with him. Oh god, that sound. After hitting the schoolgirl, he drove away and planned to wash the car in secret to destroy the evidence. But he became nervous and went back to the scene of the crime at the urging of his passenger. When they returned to the scene, the female passenger went to check the victim alone while he sat in the car panicking. When she returned, she told him people were unlikely to assume a hit and run, as it looked similar to a suicide by jumping from the height. Afterwards, the pair parted ways and Yutaro dumped the vehicle deep in the woods under the cover of night. The two of them decided to keep the incident a secret. The next morning, Michio Shirashi's body was discovered and, luckily for them, her death was ruled a suicide. However, a darkness lingered within his heart. From that day on, the schoolgirl appeared before him covered in blood, her limbs bent and broken, to spite him in his dreams every night. Even when awake, he would see a phantom of her corpse in the dark, moaning and cursing him at all times. Troubled by the constant hallucinations, it was only a number of days before he suffered a nervous breakdown. He couldn't bear hiding what he'd done anymore and planned to turn himself in, but was stopped by the passenger from that night. It was then that he first heard the rumors of the rite of resurrection. He thought that if he could resurrect the schoolgirl, that it would be like if the accident never happened. And with that, the darkness enshrouding his heart could be dissipated. From then on, he searched the areas associated with the 7 mysteries of Hanjo every night. And he received the curse of the foot washing mansion as a result. I see. That's right, I'm not a bad man. I wanted to turn myself in. It was the girl who tempted me. Okay, calm down and listen, son. If you don't think you've done anything wrong, what would these girls think if they saw you run over that poor girl? Ugh. There's something I want to know. Do you know anything about a talisman that Michio should have had on her at the time of the incident? Talisman? What are you talking about? So you don't know anything. In that case, what about that woman who was with you? Can you ask her? Oh, that's right. Everything is her fault in the first place. Well, that may not be exactly wrong. Just riding passenger in a car involved in an involuntary vehicular manslaughter isn't a crime in itself. But according to your statement, she neglected her duty to seek aid and instigate you to neglect your duty to report the incident. And if she took an article from the scene, she'd also be charged with theft. Can you tell me who she is? You have no intent of hiding anything anymore, do you? Yeah, that's right, it's her fault. Do what you want with her. It's time for her to face what she's done. Her name is Ayame Tono. She's an art student I met in town. Yep, that's his daughter. I was right. It's all coming together. An art student named Ayame Tono? Whoa. Are you absolutely sure? What point would there be in lying to you now? What, do you know her or something? She may look nice, but she's rotten on the inside. I'd like to meet the parents who raised someone like that. Shit, you just met one! Shut up. What's wrong, Inspector Tatsumi? You're drenched in sweat. No. Wait. Damn it. Why? How could this happen? Listen up. I'm taking this one with me down to the station for some more questioning. You two go after the records of Fate Yin Scroll. Got it? Okay, we will. Come with me. What a twist. Honestly, it wasn't that much of a twist. Like, you could just guess and just, like, connect things. But it's cool. I like that I was right. Let's get going. Yeah. Oh, hey, Ario, I wanted to ask you something. Aye, aye, boss. Jeez, you're such an eager beaver. I haven't even said what it was yet. Right. Well, what is it then? Can't remember what you had for dinner last night? Looks like that agent over there is having some trouble with his pen. So if you got a spare, go lend it to him. And for that record, I had katsudon last night. No need to worry about me going senile just yet. I know I look like a genius, but I didn't think I came across as the type to carry spare pens on my person. You, a genius? You're dreaming. But if his pen just stopped working, he can get it going again with a bit of nail polish remover. Nail polish remover? Yeah, you know, what you use to remove nail polish? Never used it before? Do I look like I would've... Don't make me sound crazy for not having used that stuff. I doubt you have either. Oh no, I've used it alright. Did you know that it can remove oil-based... Yep. Which is also why it can be used to fix old dried up pen nibs. Whatever's in there that removes the ink also doubles as a way to unclog pens. Huh, good to know. Still wouldn't call you a genius, but it's something. Oh, Richard, yeah. We will be getting to his stuff in a little bit. You gotta make sure the remover doesn't mix with the ink though, or it'll ruin it. Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Not to worry, I don't have any nail polish remover on me right now anyways. Oh, no problem then. That doesn't fix anything. Long story short, I don't have a spare pen. Geez, alright, I'll let him know. We've already read that. Boss, I thought we were gonna wait for Mio in the school. Okay, we got that little bird. I guess it's time to move? Or let's think. I guess we still can't rule out the possibility that Michio did. No, she... Alright, let's go inside the school. I'm sure they'll be here any moment. Okay, can it, like, change to complete then? There we go. But we can't touch that yet. So we can do another Yako and Mio, or we can jump to Haruwe. Which I'm curious, because she's honestly having some issues right now. Like, she still wants to go through with the right. Oh no, my little you figure. I accidentally touched him. In further news, today the body of an adult man was discovered in the residence of one Toshiko... Today, the body of an adult male was discovered in the residence of one Toshi... Oh god, I got scared for a minute. I thought this was Haruwe, and I'm like, oh my god, she killed Richard. No, this is fine. The man was Iwa. Damn. That man, identified as Kankichiro Aiwa, is said to have been in a relationship with Toshiko. He was unemployed at the time of his death. While further investigations are still underway, it's suspected that his death is connected to the recent serial killings in Hanjo. Evidence on the scene may also implicate Mr. Iwa in the unsolved child abduction and murder case from last year. Well, ma'am. It seems like we've managed to settle one part of the kidnapping case for now. Let's begin discussing our next steps. Right. Judging by the official announcement, it seems what Iwa wrote is likely true. With both the kidnapping and his young accomplice dead, the police should be able to handle the rest. Now that it's over, I can't help but think how pitiful it all was. We never would have known a thing had we not found his journal. Carelessness is what usually leads to crimes being exposed. Exactly, carelessness. It was pretty much the same with the Najima murders. But stumbling across the answer by pure chance really makes you think. It makes my skin crawl to think of how many cases like this are left undiscovered. Me too. It certainly is disturbing. Well, with the kidnapping case all wrapped up, we can focus our efforts on obtaining the right of resurrection, yes? See, these guys are hell-bent on that right. I'm counting on you. He's always going on his own pace. He's rather fascinating. Fucking neighbors and their damn honking of their cars. Alright, let's reassess this curse situation. Right. I must admit, I never expected the police to be so on top of things. The Chief Inspector, Tetsuo Tatsumi, provided us with a good wealth of information. I'm surprised he knew so much about the curse bearers. Do you think they noticed I'm one of them? I'm pretty sure Ario didn't. The Chief Inspector, on the other hand, we'll have to be careful around him. But if he had suspected anything, I'm sure he would have detained us. We should stay vigilant moving forward. Agreed. Even if we steal a curse stone, you may not be able to successfully perform the rite unless you're a curse bearer yourself. Would you be okay with hanging on to the stone from now on? Of course. Just don't use it, though, okay? Alright. See, there's something. I don't trust her. If what we heard is true, there are just 3 curse bearers left to discover. There's the Whispering Canal, Yoko, the Beckoning Light, and the Taiko of Sugaru left to investigate. I thought we got everyone. Did we not get everyone? Nope, that's right. Huh, okay. So there's 2 that we don't know of. It may benefit us to visit the places connected to these stories a few times. I see. I'm still highly suspicious of people at Haihaku Soaps. They could be the ones pulling the strings. That Takumi Yomioka fella is probably aware of the curse bearers we're searching for. Tracking his movements may prove to be useful. You want to follow him. If we were to follow anyone, he'd be my first choice, but... damn it, times like this really have me wishing I had more personnel. I imagine it's tough working on your own. It's the plight of running a small business. I'm always out on the hunt for a skilled assistant. And then there's Najima, who appears to be a curse bearer too. The one-sided reed, I think it was. Yeah, he got the most violent one. The most violent man got the most violent one. If we went to look for someone that's likely to gather a whole lot of soul dregs, we'll look no further. He did say he would unleash his curse on a large number of people at nightfall. If he gets the chance to, if the Chief Inspector manages to track him down... if the Chief Inspector manages to track down Michio, then, well, there's a chance he'll manage to apprehend Najima before he gets up to no good. But why did you tell the Chief Inspector about the safe house, if he hadn't had that lead? It was written in Iwa's memoirs. It was just a matter of time till he found out. Besides, we're talking about a massacre here. I just can't turn a blind eye. How different is that from any other curse bearer collecting soul dregs? Well, if we're talking Najima, it could be a whole lot more dangerous. We'll just keep a close eye on Najima and the cops. See, I don't trust her at all. What about the girl from before? Ayame Tono. Do you think she could be a curse bearer? Well, there's a chance she could have gone and stolen someone else's curse stone by now. That's possible too, but... We haven't been to Midori-cho Park yet, the place connected to the Taiko of Sagaro. She does come across as shady, yeah. And like in the beginning of the game, the storyteller says there's like 3 types of people. People who will do anything to resurrect the person they love, people who would not do it, and then people who would do it but like sacrifice themselves. She is the person who absolutely will do it no matter what. Alright, that's close to where she lives. What if she was a curse bearer this entire time? She could have lied. It's possible. It would make her a brilliant actress to boot. The idea's got me itching to investigate her again. That place is rather suspicious. If only we could run into someone there. Richard? Yes? That's right. Would you mind if we make a stop on our way? We can make it quick. I apologize for the diversion, but I'd like to visit a candy store. Why does he want to visit Yako's family store? I suppose I don't mind. Next up, what do we need to get our hands on? What do we need to do to get our hands on a curse stone filled with soul drugs? Oh, shit, wait, no! I had to look for another bird. Then shall we depart? From this part on, you will be given the option to finish investigation, which will allow you to immediately end this part. From there, you can continue on to the next part. You may also come back and restart this section from the point which you left off. We'll stop at the candy place in a bit. Let's go to the park. Ooh, we love this jazz. It's crazy that there's, like, people here. Like, Shogo died right here. The area was closed off to the public this morning after the body was discovered, but the police quickly managed to complete their investigation and reopened the park as if nothing happened. The people in the area are shockingly calm, concerning what happened here. I will take a sip, thank you. You'd think they'd be put off knowing there was a dead body here just this morning. From what I heard, it happened right about where you're standing. Telephone booth. It doesn't look out of the ordinary to me. Alright, my dude. This place is associated with the Whispering Canal. The canal must be connected to the man who was found drowned in the park. Agreed. Wasn't the victim a Haihaku Soaps employee? That's right, his name was Shogo Oki. Considering his occupation, he probably came here in search of a curse stone. No! He was flirting with a girl and he was like, you know what, I will do anything to go out with this girl. The horny killed him. He died to the horniness. If people in the company know about the rite, it only makes sense they'd be looking for curse stones. You think the chairwoman and Takumi would send their regular employees out to search for the stones? If that's the case, perhaps that Shogo died trying to take a stone from someone else. No! No! He was just too horny for his own good. Either that or he was killed precisely because he was a curse bearer with a curse stone. I suppose so, but considering the location, wouldn't that mean the curse used was the Whispering Canal? Good point. That would mean Shogo Oki wasn't the wielder of the Whispering Canal curse himself. Could he have had the Beckoning Light, or even the Taiko of Saguro? I was here last night, and there weren't any dead bodies then. It's highly possible he was brought here from somewhere else. If that's the case, the wielder of the Whispering Canal has already collected his stone. Ah, ma'am, excuse me, but there's one more thing I'd like to try. Oh, be my guest. Shogo Oki is the name of the person who died here. It's hard to believe he was here by chance, only to end up murdered with a curse. Given his ties to Haihaku, we can assume he was aware of the situation and somehow involved with these curses. That poor man. Alright. Not much we can do there. Oh, this is the bridge that we met Richard on when we were Shogo. There any little burbs here? No. It doesn't look like someone's been in there for some time. I wonder if it's one of the factories that got shut down when they tightened up regulations. There's so many old factories along this river. It must have been quite different in its glory days. But now most of them are closed down due to the tightening regulations on waste disposal. I was out here last night looking for the curse bearer connected with the beckoning light too. Did you see anything? Afraid not, but they gotta be out there somewhere. Someone must have received the beckoning light curse here last night. I was out here, okay. I guess let's go to the candy shop. Why not? Ah, bird! Whoa! No way! Jeez, you made me jump. It's a mockingbird number 4. Val Conman. This guy's a real speed demon. Oh, is that right? It's kind of scary how you even know the exact number with just a simple glance. We got a little burb. Apparently, Richard likes to visit the local candy shop in every district he visits. I figured once you've seen one, you've seen them all, but in reality, each one has its own unique displays and colors to match the local. It kind of irks me that we stopped here simply for the sake of entertainment. But I suppose he needs time like this to relax and recenter his mind. He works so vigorously every day. He's up in front with the kids to participate in the raffle. It's weird seeing an adult his age enjoying himself so much at a candy store. Look at his smile. He must have won something. How nice. Hot damn, it's Mockingbird number 10. Coffany? He's a nihilist, but he gets the job done. Oh, well, you seem pretty happy. Oh my god, it's the Naruto little clouds. Zenoya. The children seem pretty fond of this place. It looks comparatively new. They must have had renovations done not long ago. There's some vending machines. You can buy canned juice for 100 yen. These days, vending machines sell a lot of things besides juice too. There's so many vending machines that don't pertain to juice in like Japan. Like, I saw a video on YouTube and it was like a ramen vending machine. And then I saw one for like smoothies, like a sweet potato, like anything can be in a vending machine now. Not a problem, Kooky. Welcome, welcome. Oh, wait, this is new. It's Fair Feather, the coolest peacock around. Oh, so it is. That's a pretty big win, huh? Ooh, look at him. Okay, we got the 2. I'm sorry, I thought it was just... The shop's close to the park, so children have been coming and going without pause. Places like this candy shop have been slowly disappearing from street view recently. Alright, let's go to the park, I guess. There she is! But let's talk first. We've reason to believe the curse bearer of the Taiko of Sagaro was here last night. It's possible they're already dead, but We haven't found any definitive leads. Richard seems to be a little nervous when Ayame Tono was mentioned. Or was I just imagining it? Alright. The cops have yet to determine who the remaining curse bearers are. We have to find them soon. Hey, that lady over there. That's Ayame Tono. Let's call her out. Alright, I'll be right back. Ah, he's gone. I suppose he really wanted to talk to her. Just creeping behind a tree. Oh, there he is. Does he mean to jump out and surprise her from behind? Huh? Does he mean to intimidate her? Ah, she noticed! I guess his purpose was to talk to her after all. I wonder what they're talking about. She doesn't look like she's planning to run. Oh, they're coming here. Here she is. What do you think? Smooth work by the master, huh? Yes. Very smooth. Oh, hello. Thank you so much for yesterday. I know this is sudden, but I'm actually being pursued right now. Pursued by who? I think it's the police. Would you be willing to provide me shelter? From the police. She does not know who she is. I figured we could hear her out and see what kind of mess she's gotten herself into. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of criminal, please. The police have my apartment staked out, so I haven't been able to return home. I heard them say something about wanting to protect me, but something didn't feel right and I got scared. Do you have any idea why they'd be after you? Well, I have been searching for the curses, so we shouldn't trouble ourselves with hiding you if they're after you for a good reason. Huh? How cruel. But this handsome investigator wouldn't turn me in so easily, would he? Comfy bean stream, good day. I hope it's comfy. This is a very different Sunday stream. It's unfortunate, but we've got reason not to get involved with the police ourselves. What a shady reasoning! But if you got some murky secret to hide, we might as well cooperate with each other, no? But if you got some murky secret to hide, we might as well cooperate? Okay, she won't talk anymore. Anyways, how are your plans to resurrect, Hokosai coming? Fortunately, there's been going quite well. Oh? Does that mean you found someone to steal a curse stone from? Not exactly, but I found out a kind of last resort. Which is why I can't let the police get me. What do you mean by last resort? You're really asking me that? It doesn't concern you at all. Why should I tell you? Ugh. What if we make a deal? In exchange for keeping you hidden from the police, you'll tell us about your last resort. Huh? Is that what got you interested? Oh, I've got it. You're meaning to steal it for yourself. Not at all. I'm just curious. That excuse will not just do. I don't need you to. I'll find a way to stay safe on my own. That was a close one. I should have known that. The only one you can count on in the world is yourself. Ah! We can't let her get away. Let's go after her. Stop it! Get any closer and I'll scream. Please wait. We'll help you out with no conditions. Will you change your mind quick? That just makes you more suspicious. I tried my best, but I couldn't convince her to stay. Could it be you don't know how to handle a girl like that? Since she's looking for a safe haven, would you mind me sharing your address with her, just in case? Well, it doesn't really bother me, but you do realize there are police officers in my close family. At least it will allow us a way to keep in contact, no matter how small. Alright, she's gone. I can't help but feel oddly irritated around that girl, Ayame Tono. She puts on an innocent front, but she seems to be hiding something. She is 100% hiding something. Hmm. We already discovered that one. So we can come back to this, so we can finish the investigation, I guess. We can come back to it if need be. Yeah, it's gonna do that to us, so let's jump down to this. It's 4 p.m., we're almost done. I know we're supposed to be finding that Records of Fate Yin Scroll thing, but it sure would be nice if we had some sort of lead to work with. Right now, our only option is to try and trace the bloodline of the Ojima Simon Tsuchi Mikado to today. Jesus. But he's not a legitimate descendant of his family, so the library doesn't have anything about it. And since we've got nothing so far, we find ourselves here. Why are they looking for curses? So, they're looking for curses or cursed stones so they can stop the rite of resurrection, and also to stop the serial killer who is going to kill people at dusk. Any little burbs here? Any burbs? No burbs, okay. So this is Haihaku Soap headquarters. So we're thinking that one of the high-ranking people here is most likely the mastermind. Chairwoman Yamamori, was it? Wait, was chairman... Wait, are chairwoman high-ranking? Isn't the most important person at the company the president? I'm not sure, but she's definitely an important person. Even if we're not able to meet with her, what do we talk with her about? We can't just waltz in there and ask if she knows about the Yin Scroll out of nowhere. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say. Oh, is that your working style, Mio? Well, whenever I find myself out of options, I usually just jump right into the thick of it. Oh, if you're scared, I don't mind going in by myself. Scared? As if. Think of me as your trusty bodyguard. I don't mind going big and taking a chance. Oh yeah? That's the Yako I know. There were a bunch of police cars speeding by here earlier. I wonder if something happened. Must be. I've seen a few police officers and they looked like they were on edge. Could Inspector Tatsumi have let that Najima escape and everyone scrambling to find him? Oh. After all the effort we put into gathering information, that would be unfortunate. Now then, can we really just barge in there and expect it to go well? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Now, shall we? Let's go inside. Alright, let's give it a shot. Excuse us. Looks like we're out of luck. Who knew you needed an appointment months in advance to meet a chairwoman? Turns out she's super duper important. Even the receptionist gave us the cold shoulder after realizing we're just students. Maybe her private secretary would hear us out, but they seem to be out at the moment. In that case... So there's not much else we can do here. Oh, Mio, what about that one guy? The one Inspector Tatsumi checked with. I forgot his name. Oh, right. Apparently he never heard from Nakagoshi. Not that we have a way of contacting him directly anyways. We just have to leave a message with Paranormal Affairs Bureau's messenger and hope it reaches him. He's always the one who contacts me, and even then, it's only instructions. Well, I guess we're in a tight spot then. Yeah, we're gonna have to suspend. So the only thing we can do is this. Alright. I guess we just go look at all the places again and see if I missed something? I don't think I missed anything, though. Yeah, there's... Did something draw your attention? No worries here. I made sure to take a quick shower this morning. I wasn't smelling you, sir. Someone must have... Richard? What do you think that is? Oh? There's a curse bearer nearby. Remember in the prologue? I don't see anything. Really, you don't see that? That thing that looks like a phantom ball of flame floating in the air? A ball of flame? It must be the curse echo. Maybe only the curse bearers are capable of seeing it. But could such a thing happen in broad daylight? Ah! It's gone. I wonder if that was the beckoning light's curse echo. The phantom flame you saw might have been a manifestation of the lantern. In that case, does that mean a curse bearer is nearby? Curse bearer might be lurking in this vicinity. I'm gonna go check the surroundings. Okay, leave me alone. Nothing. I didn't find anyone who looked the part. I see. I don't doubt something happened around here, but something might have changed in the area. Keep your eyes peeled. Something changed? I swear to God, they have to be in the factory. What you saw earlier must have been the beckoning light. Something that might have changed after what just happened. And if what I saw was the curse echo of the beckoning light, wouldn't that mean the curse bearer is nearby? I'm not feeling any strange presence, but that could be because it's midday. Like, everything is checked off, but the factory! Like, that's what I would assume, is they're in the factory, like, hiding or something, you know? But there's nothing really there. Maybe with that, it will unlock something, because this is where we found the little flame thing first in the prologue. Surroundings. We already did that. Okay, now it's checked off. I don't know why we had to do it twice. Would you look at that? That's a pretty unique looking playground. Did it catch your eye? Perhaps. Now's not the time, though. But it did get you interested. Does he want to play on it? It's not checked. They made it quite the challenge to pass through it. You'd have to go underneath there. He definitely wants to play on it. You can go take a look if you're that interested. Alright, I'll go check it out, just to make sure. He got, like, a really happy face. Didn't he have to think that long? Huh? What's that? Did he find something? I found a mockingbird under the playground equipment. Damn, talk about lucky. It's number 19, Penny Prattle. Cute. I see. Congrats. Playgrounds always get me fired up. That concerns me a little bit. Oh! Doesn't look... Okay, so that's checked off. A bunch of kids gathered around Richard to poke fun of his clothing. It seems like kids come running for him wherever we go. Not all surprising with his attire. He hasn't complained about it, though. I wonder if he's got a soft spot for kids. There is, achievements for collecting all the stickers. Yeah, there is. But we're not gonna worry about that. I will worry about that off stream. I'll, get all the trophies off stream. We went to the candy shop. She's not there anymore. Now, who are you? Oh, my head. What's happening? Yoshimi, who killed him, can't get away with this? Haihaku? Did I hit my head? It's killing me. And my vision is all blurry. Is that a ceiling? I feel the cold floor against my back. I must have fallen over or something. Huh? My body won't move. Why? And why am I on the floor in the first place? No. Hold on. More importantly, who am I? Excuse me? Okay, think. Try to remember something. Anything. Rite of Resurrection. Ugh. It feels like my head is gonna split apart. What was that? That man's face. I think I've seen it before. Think. I'm sure I know it. Yoshimi? I'm Yoshimi. That's it! I know that name! The dark mist obscuring my memories is slowly starting to clear. Oh, my head is hurting again. What are we talking about? What are you saying? What was that? A memory of mine? Heimji and I think we were close. Is this his fiance? But the first thing I saw, he was dead. Did I... Just what kind of person am I? Oh? I can move again, and I think my head is starting to clear. It looks like I'm in some kind of warehouse. Maybe I can find some clues as to what happened. I should look around. There's a little sink here. It's pretty dirty. I hope I don't have to use it. There's water dripping from the faucet, but the knobs are stuck. I can't move them in either direction. There's a key. There's a key to the sink. Ah, if I can use this to see what I look like, it might help me remember who I am. Ugh, no good. This mirror is completely unusable with all the grime that's built up on it. I wonder if I can clean it somehow. There's a bunch of garbage in the corners. My guess is that this room isn't used very often, if at all. I can't just wait here for someone to come to my rescue. I need to look for a way out. A folding chair, all alone in the middle of the room, gives me the creeps for some reason. They must have had me sat on it earlier. I probably passed out and fell to the floor. Some lockers. There's a bucket and a mop in the left locker. Guess that's where they're keeping their cleaning stuff. There's nothing inside, but there's a piece of paper stuck to the front. Chemical, flammable, liquid, ventilation, if leaked, equipment, integrity, thoroughly. That's quite the collection of words. What could this place be used for? This person has to be at the Haihaku warehouse. A typical office desk. There's all kinds of stationery on it. Is there anything that looks usable? There's this pen, but I don't really need it. I'll leave it here for now. Is there anything... So I can't even grab that pen. Doesn't look like there's anything in the top drawer. There's some kind of note in the middle drawer. Names of chemicals? Maybe this is some kind of chemical plant. Nothing in the bottom drawer. No, wait. There's something stuck way in the back. It looks like some kind of sticker stuck back there, but it's too dark to tell what it is. It's one of the burb stickers! Oh my god. A cabinet straight out of an office. Let's see what happens if I slide it open. Looks like there's nothing inside. What's this? Label's been torn off, but this must be soap. I might be able to use this. Might as well keep it on me. Let's use the soap to clean the mirror. I can use the soap. Yep, see? Smart. I should have known just putting soap on the mirror wouldn't do anything. I need something to wipe it with. Bunch of messily stacked cardboard boxes. I took a peek inside, but it was too dark to see much. I'll need more light. A switchboard. Looking inside, it seems that this room has electricity at least. Does that mean someone is using this place for something? Why don't you turn on the light? Big shelf used in storage spaces. Nope, not what I wanted. Mop. Yep, use the cleaning supplies. Let's go. We got a soapy mop. Okay. Clean. We're using a mop to clean a mirror. The soap is pretty good. I'll have to remember the brand. Yep. Yoshimi's fiance. But why is she here? So, this is what I look like. Right, yeah, this is me. I know this face. But something doesn't feel right. Something's missing. Oh, my name. I can't remember my name. I need to figure out what my name is. I know what I look like. Next, I just have to remember my name. Is there a woman with my face in my memories? Come on. I need mine. It's Mayu. Is it 2 U's or just 1 U? Is it Mayu? I thought her name was Mayu. Mayu! I was right! There we go, you have to click the OK, you can't hit enter. Mayu? Mayu Chozawa? Yes, that's definitely it. My name is Mayu Chozawa. My name is Mayu Chozawa. The man I saw in my memories, Haimji Yoshimi, is my fiancé. Wait. If what I saw from my past, then Haimji's... No. Haimji could never be killed so easily. There must be some kind of mistake. Knowing him, he probably worked himself into a frenzy looking for me. I have to get out of here and let him know that I'm okay. I still don't hear anyone out there. No reason to waste my energy banging and yelling. Huh. Is there anything else we can do? I guess the pen. I don't really need it now. I mean, we've kind of looked everywhere. I feel a little better now that I've remembered who I am. I have to find a way out of here. It's so dark though. My eyes are adjusting, but I still can't see well. There must be some kind of light around here. I mean, I keep touching the switchboard. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, Az. Thank you. And also welcome on in. Let's suspend it. Let's see what we can do. So we can't do anything here. We're stuck. Hang on. Huh. So we don't have, this is not unlocked. These two are kind of soft blocked, I think, so. Back here, I guess. But. It looks like the light on the ceiling is on, but it's still so dark. Oh, there's dirt all over the bulbs. Oh, ew, disgusting. Time for that mop to make another appearance. There. It's a little bright. It's a lot brighter now. I should have an easier time searching. I just hope I can find something. She's a curse bearer. She is a freaking curse bearer. I need the sticker though, hang on. Wait, there's no sticker, hang on. This one? There's something stuck in the way back. Look! A little, oh, this is so cute. Is it stuck on something? If my memories weren't so jumbled, I might be able to remember. No! Take the pen and just keep the pen. Fine, okay, we'll pick this up. Why not? Huh? There's something on the floor here. The lantern. Was this here all along? I had no idea. A lantern carved out of wood? It's kind of creepy. Something about this feels different than all the other abandoned junk in here. No, wait. She wasn't the original curse user. This was someone else's. What is this? Such terrible regret, a resentful memory is flowing into my mind. The evil ones, the curse bearers, kill them all by their own bane? You have acquired the power of the curse stone, the beckoning light. You can use it to kill curse bearers using their own curses. Thank you for the lurk, Az. Thank you, thank you. That's powerful. It's not as powerful as the Whispering Canal, but... Whew. This is not a good one. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar. I remember now. I remember everything. I know why I was brought here. That's right. Earlier. Okay. I feel sick. Where am I? Yes, that is correct. We finally have a confession. Someone's talking? On the phone? Yes, quite stubborn. We had to use the maximum dose of truth serum? What? Truth serum? Did they drug me with something? There's someone behind me. Can I get a look at them? Damn, my body won't move. Whoa! God damn you, that's like the third time you jump scared me, Takumi. Oh, you're awake. Ugh. Your head must be beginning to clear right about now. You... Takumi? Shit, you tricked me! Such a harsh accusation. It was you who was being uncooperative. What did you do to me? What was that about a truth serum? I assure you, you have nothing to worry about. You are in no danger. That being said, there may be some side effects. Memory loss, brain fog. It was you. You were the one who hurt Heimjin. Try all you want, I'm not telling you shit. No matter what, I already have everything I need. What? I'm in the middle of a call with the chairwoman. Why don't you have a rest while you can? Hey, stop! Oh! Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! Hi. Let me do a shout out. One momento. How is everyone doing? Oops. Maybe if I type in my own stuff correctly, we might be doing something. Yeah, so the shout out and stuff, only my mods and I can do it. Sorry guys. But it should be loading up right now. Let's see. There's that there's the clip. There we go. What were you playing, Gloomy? I'm looking at the clip. It looks like you were playing some FNAF. I played FNAF and then Dark Souls. Ooh, nice. Did you beat FNAF? Is that why you jumped into Dark Souls? Oh, my back. I did the oh, wow. Dang. I didn't do the 6 hard one. I mean, it's called Five Nights at Freddy's, you know? You only have to do the 5 nights, right? But thank you for coming on in. And if anyone needs to get snacks or relax or anything, please do so. I was like, I'm out. I feel that. I've actually never played those games, but it's just never been something I would enjoy, I feel. I'm still conscious, if only barely. Concentrate. Focus on Takumi. I need all the information I can glean from his okay. Correct, she does not seem to know where the is hidden. Not a problem. Lurking is poggers. No worries. Heimji Yoshima was the same, yes. Was unexpected, but... No, he really did do something to Heimji. Damn it, I'm fading. That was close. Oh, cool, you actually get to shake your head to, like, clear stuff up. From Arashi? Yes, exactly as planned. Oh, shit. As for Aiwa, I expect, yes, as soon as possible. Yes, the curse will likely tomorrow, according to Arashi. I can't. Just a little more. Come on. Yes, as long as we keep her in here, the curse will... Yes, she will certainly want to bring back her dead fiancé. Is he talking about me? God... Yes, I will be leaving her here. I'll take the phone with me. Yes, this is in the cabinet. It should pose no problem. Yes, I have changed the lock. The year of the company's founding. Ah, joke's on you, dude. No! No! Okay, well, I fell asleep. Never mind. I tried. I tried very hard. That's right, I remember now. That man... Takumi Yamaoka of Haihaku Soaps. He showed up at my hair salon about a month ago. A month ago?! He came to ask me to try a new shampoo they'd made. We spoke about it again a few weeks later, but... He suddenly started asking me about my fiancé. I remember thinking that was pretty weird. Haihaku is a huge company, so I tried to be polite and answered all his questions. He wanted to know what kind of family Heimji came from, if there was anything special about them, or if he was a heir to anything. I thought it was so strange. I didn't give him any specifics. And then that night, he never came to the place we agreed to meet. So I went to where he said he would be going, the former Yasuda Gardens. That's where I found his dead body. I was so distraught I just ran away. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. After that, I decided to put all my hopes into the rite of resurrection everyone was talking about. I searched desperately for anything I could find about the 7 mysteries of Hanjo. And then... Takumi showed up. He told me that he knew something about how Heimji died. I thought I would just act interested in what he had to say, but I fell for it completely. Next thing I knew, I was locked up in this room, pumped full of drugs and left on the floor, barely conscious. Spent the night dreaming of him, praying for a chance at the rite of resurrection. And at midnight last night, I got the curse of beckoning light. Not a problem, Gloomy. Thank you for the raid and enjoy your sleep. Thank you. Have a good night. But now I remember everything. It was Haihaku. They went after Heimji. They put me here. So I was right. The soap place is bad. Interesting. But why did they have to kill him? Was that Haihaku's doing too? What could they have wanted with him? I knew his job was dangerous, but why would a company like that go after an officer in the juvenile division? I get it now. All that about the shampoo was just to get to Heimji. Heimji. You were always the kind of guy who could shoulder any burden with a smile on your face. What burden were you carrying this time? To be targeted by a company that's more than willing to kidnap and drug people. Was it something you couldn't even tell me? No. Takumi said he'd gotten some kind of information out of me using the drug. Could I have had Heimji's secret somewhere in my memories? If I did, what could it have been? Did Heimji tell me something? Ugh, whatever it is, just let me say one thing. Fuck you, Haihaku. I'm not about to let any of this go the way you want. Yeah, that's right. It's up to me to protect any secret that Heimji was trying to hide. I wonder if he had the scroll, the Yin scroll. I'll finish whatever it is he didn't get a chance to. After all, it's always been up to me to clean up your messes. It's okay. Whatever you got yourself into, I'm sure you had a good reason. We're gonna take them for all they got. Just you wait. Alright, it's about time I got out of this dump. That's cool and all, but I want the bird. Give me the bird sticker. Wait, is this... This is that thing. Hello, Dara. Welcome, welcome. Heimji, thanks for waiting. Oh, what's wrong? You're wasting that handsome face of yours looking like that. You think? I think I'm plenty handsome. Can't argue with that. Are you not meeting with that girl today? Hitomi, I mean? Nah, she's off doing who knows what. That's too bad. I just found a hair catalog I thought would be perfect for her. Seems like you're pretty worried about her. Yeah, she reminds me of myself at that age. I can't help but worry. You think? I'd say she's a little ball of sunshine compared to what you were like. Shut up, I'm talking emotionally. She needs an adult who can understand how she feels. She's like a kitten. She thinks everyone out to get her, so she bites at them all. Huh, you might be right. So tell her I wanted to see her, will you? Sure, I'll do that, but... The other girl I ran into the other day is a tough case. Oh? She must really be something else if you don't know how to deal with her. No, it's not really that kind of thing. Some people just have so much misfortune thrown at them. What do you mean by that? Well, I can't really get into the details, but she might have the talisman I've been looking for. Said it was a momentum from her father. Could we really be related? But it's not like I can just take it from her. What are you mumbling about? Who's related to who? Ah, sorry, it's nothing. Was Heimji adopted? I don't remember. Nothing about his family life. It's about that thing with your family, isn't it? Is she the one who has piece of the book that your ancestors left behind? Okay. So Michio and Heimji are probably related. So that means they are related or descendants or were descendants from Simon. So those talismans must have pieces of paper from the Yin scroll. Yin scroll. Wow, I can't speak. Mayu, how do you know that? God, I forgot how dense you are sometimes. How long have we been dating now? Besides, you were the one who came crying to me about it when you got wasted that one time. Rambling about how this old book you're supposed to inherit is hidden in these 2 talismans? And then something was given you a bad feeling about it, and you need to be careful. Oh, right. That's all I know, though, and I wasn't planning to try and pry any information. But if it's something important you need to protect, then what are you waffling about? Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Mayu. I feel better now. Oh, that's right! Did you hear? The mockingbirds were seen in Hanzhou. Huh? That came out of nowhere. Mocking... what now? It's an urban legend about these bird stickers that show up out of nowhere. I was always kind of curious about them, but I never thought they'd be in Hanzhou. There may be a bunch showing up all over town. We just gotta keep an eye out. You feeling alright? What's gotten into you? What's so special about these birds? Come on! One of them is a penguin with a pompadour! You can't tell me that isn't the greatest thing you've ever seen. That's so dumb. That's right. He was trying to protect something left to him. Could that be the information that Heihaku wanted? This is cute, though. Like, he wasn't wrong. This is adorable. Right. I'll try the drawers, starting from the top. Nothing. The last drawer, it's different from the others. There's a padlock. Okay, this is the year. Where is she? There she is. $1964. 1946, holy crap. $1946. Well. Okay, we got it. Huh? But how did the year Haihaku was established suddenly appear in my mind? I had an idea when it might have been, but did I really get that lucky? Girl, I am in your mind right now. Now that I think about it, there's definitely something different in the air here. Okay, I don't smell. Excuse me. Is there another side effect of the drug or something else? Now she thinks I'm a side effect. Well, it doesn't matter right now. I should see what's inside. I am trying to save you, girl. What is this thing? Well, guess I might as well pull it out. A fax machine? It sort of looks like a phone, but there's no receiver. Oh, I know, it's a fax machine. I've seen commercials for these on TV. The fact I got it before her is kind of sad. If I remember correctly, it's used to send copies of documents to other people who have one. Haruhe has one. Haruhe, or whatever. The rich woman has one. What an age we live in where we can send letters and things without going through the mailman. This means I can call for help without a telephone. I've never used one before, but if I can connect it to the power and the phone line... Alright, we've got power. Now I just need to figure out who I can send it to. What else do I need? I found a bunch of paper in the cabinet. I'll need a phone number... What am I going to do about that? Girl, I will get you the phone number. You pick up that pen. Get that pen. Though, I better check and see if it works. Oh, it's a manga magazine. Weekly Shonen Scorpion. I think Heimji used to read this, even at his age. He liked the series about delinquents. No. Not the time to get caught up with reminiscing. We're gonna have to suspend it so I can get that fax number. Yes, we can suspend it. Okay. Where are you? There we are. I need my fax number. Hang on. Fax machine. It can send images to other places along the telephone network. Fax machine. The number for our home is 63... That doesn't help. Ma'am, is everything alright? I'm fine. There's something I wanted to check. Is that so? I don't have a reason to use the phone right now. Girl, what is your phone number? Or fax machine number? I've stopped watching the news. There's too much fluff. I wish they'd cut out the pointless stories and just report on what's important. Huh. Yeah, this is another bird sticker. There's the little delinquent birds. Maybe I can show them. Where are they? Where are they? The little birdies. I can't find them. They should be here. Mockingbirds. Yeah. The little burbs. Hello, Z. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's multiple birds. Like, there's like a little falcon, there's a crane, a duck, flamingo, a parrot. Yeah, they're little birds. I think these guys, yeah, these are sparrows. Got an eagle, peacock, a little pengu, and then a chicken. Yeah, they're delinquent birds. I'm missing quite a few of them. I'll have to get them. I'm missing 9. But, Mm-hmm. 6-3. That doesn't help me. I need that fax machine number. Hang on. Delinquent burbs are nice. Yeah, they're super cute. Alright, let's start over. I need a pen and a phone number for a fax machine. Who would have... Maybe I'm supposed to ask Richard for my phone number, even though she's supposed to know it? My dude, what is my phone number? Yeah, I wish this game would, like, get stickers like that. Can you tell me what my phone number is? '63. I'm missing 5 numbers. Next up, we need to get our hands on a curse stone filled with soul dregs. Ticking clock gets on my nerves sometime. Oh, the girls wouldn't have her phone number. Maybe I need to get the piece of paper and then she'll be like, oh, my full phone number is this. Maybe. Their paper? Doesn't look like it. Just a bunch of junk. Better search elsewhere. I just need paper. There paper in here? Filled with some powder. Product. There's no telling if they're dangerous or not. Better not touch them. I just need paper. Is there paper here? Bunch of garbage in the corners. Where is paper? A note? Well, why didn't you use the paper on the note? A magazine? Weekly magazine. It's a fairly recent issue. Cover story is an interview with the chairwoman of Hahako Soaps. Not interested. Cool. I need paper, though. Is there anything on the ceiling? Where can one find paper? Well, I'm just... Please, I need paper! There's nothing in this locker. Piece of paper stuck to the front. Where? I need a pen. We already have a pen. I just remembered that I heard the rules for the Rite of Resurrection when I got this cursed stone. But killing other people to bring someone back? That's out of the question. MG would never accept sacrificing another person to come back himself. None of this was ever an option to begin with. The way we lived... Ever since we were kids, we were always ready to die if that's what it came to. We'd never take our foot off the gas just because we were scared of death. We were never such big fans of living anyways. That's why we were always prepared for it. I used to wonder if we took things a little too lightly. But that's just how much we trusted each other. So I have no use for some shitty right. And that's the truth, Heimji. I mean, cool, Pog, but you know, I need a pen and a phone number so I can call for help. Found a pen, but I should probably make sure it's actually usable. Girl, that is what I've been trying to do. Right in the mirror. No, Mayu, this isn't the time to start feeling sorry for yourself. Just watch. I'm gonna get out of here in no time. Girl, I don't know. I'm trying to use my pen and you aren't writing on anything. Wait a minute. Ario talked about a pen and needing to, use something to get it to work. Transreceiver in here, doesn't look like it. Bunch of junk. Just write on anything. What is she so picky about? Just write on anything. Oh god, my back. Ugh. Filled with some kind of powder in the boxes. No telling, better not touch them. What? How do I test this? An oil-based pen. The pen tip is totally dry. I won't be able to write anything with it. I wonder if I could fix it somehow. Huh? You can fix this with nail polish remover? Yeah, because Ario told us. What the? Why did that pop into my head all of a sudden? Well, might as well give it a try. This is one of Haihaku's warehouses. There has to be some kind of nail polish remover somewhere. Just powder, but disposable bottles, soaps, I wonder if it could be nail polish remover. There's no label, but I'm sure that's what it is. Alright, so if I use this... Use on pen. Tip of the pen has been soaked in nail polish remover. I should be able to use the pen now for at least a while. Okay. Oh, it's not going to give me the full number. It happened again. The number for a fax machine just popped into my head. There's no way all this information is coming. Why was there a curse echo behind her? Could someone be sending me their thoughts? Never mind. I have to focus. Let's get this message sent. Are we a curse? Now, I need to tell them where I'm at. If I tell them everything I know about this place, they should be able to figure out where it is. First, I know I'm in a building owned by Haihaku, a factory or a warehouse. As for the address, it should be close to... It's the factory, hang on. Right here. Because that's where we saw it, like the little flame thingy. That's right. My curse echoes the beckoning light. That means this place must be near Hanzhou Bridge. Okay, time to send it. I think this is how you do it? Alright. If the machine I sent it to is connected, it should be sent. Now I wait. Please, somebody. Oh my god! Oh my god! End. Resume. Gonna grab the paper and we're gonna save her. Oh, the phones. Be my guest. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Thank you. I shouldn't be long. Hello, Shigimo residence. Oh, it wasn't the phone. What's wrong? Nothing. It was just the fax machine. I'm still not quite used to it. Girl? Oh, this is a fax machine? Amazing. So this is how they look. Don't get too impressed. We stopped using them, like, early 2000s, I think. Or mid 2000s. Goodbye to snail mail, am I right? This is the future. I didn't think it would excite you so much. Oh ho, something came out. Is it finished? I could watch this all day long. He gets excited about many things. Huh? What is this? It looks like it was written in pen, but... What's it say? What's it say? It says, help, I'm trapped in a Haihaku soaps warehouse or factory near Hanjo Bridge. Huh? Haihaku? Why would somebody send me such a message? Am I being pranked? No, this is too fishy to be a coincidence. I wouldn't put past Haihaku to have someone locked up if it's got anything to do with procuring the right. We should check it out. Hopefully we won't find anything so sinister. So I was right, someone was in that factory. Nice. After looking around, I determined the abandoned factory is indeed Haihaku's. An abandoned factory near the Hanjo Bridge. Everything lines up. So the person who faxed us for help is in there? Let's find out. If there's nothing, we should wrap up fast. But isn't this place locked? Don't underestimate me, ma'am. I can make short work of a simple lock like this. Oh my, you truly are something else. Please be careful then. He'll just kick the door in. Cool. So we were able to do that. Let's continue with this. Let's go to the factory. Okay, so we can't do anything? Maybe we need to go to the girls? Haihaku. Huh? What is it? That person coming this way. Oh fuck, it's Takumi. What, that tall guy? Do you know him? Yeah, from a little while back. Why are you calling him over here? Mr. Yomi Oka over here. No. No! Keep him away! Oh. You're Gamyoda's manager, Mr. Yamaoka, yes? Good to see you again. Miss Kurosuzo. What a coincidence running into you here. Gamayoda? Yomi Oka? I don't trust this man. He killed me in the prologue. He locked that girl up. What's going on? Just what kind of person is this guy? Girl? He's been trying to avoid eye contact with Mio since he noticed it was her. Something's fishy. How have things been since we last met? If she just stays with her training, she won't have to rely on cheating people anymore. Yeah, she's been keeping at it. Cheating people? What do you mean? Miss Kurosuzo, so glad to see you doing well. I assure you, we've had no issues you need to concern yourself with. You gotta tell me what happened. A case from a while back. A family overseeing a requillery came to us saying they were being investigated by someone suspicious. Investigated? A psychic named Sujin Yamyoda suddenly showed up. She said that she had a premonition that something terrible would happen and had to exorcise the temple immediately. Sounds like a cover for a burglary. After they notified the police, I was dispatched there by Paranormal Affairs. I inspected the place myself but didn't see anything wrong, so I sent them away. He acted as Gamyoda's manager during the case. That is pretty suspicious. Apparently she was looking for something there, but I told her there's no excuse for fraud and sent her off with a scolding. And honestly, Gamyoda didn't even have much spirit sense to speak of, which soured my mood on the whole thing. Weird. Right, so she was one of those types then. Well, she's involved in all kinds of things, so she may at least be knowledgeable about paranormal objects. If you have no further business with me then, I'll be on my... Oh, before you go, Gamyoda seemed to know a lot about paranormal objects. It would be a great help if you could ask her about something. And what might that be? Is she familiar with an ancient text called the Rite of Fate's Yin Scroll? Or anything about the descendants of a Omyoji named Simon Tsuchi Mikyodo? I beg your pardon? Miss Kurosuzo, how do you know about it? I see. If that's what you're after, then that means... Hold on! Don't tell me you're trying to snatch up some innocent schoolgirls this time. Stop right there. Huh? Yes, we're all connecting! If it isn't Yomi Oka, what a pleasure to see you again. What? Mayu Chozawa, what are you doing here? Huh? Chozawa? This investigator here helped me out. You really did a number on me. What do you know? We just so happen to have some business with Haihaku ourselves. Why don't you join us? You can do that much for us, can't you? You work for Haihaku after all. Depending on how this conversation goes, I won't have to get the police involved. Huh? You work for Haihaku? What's going on? I love how Yako is the one who's like, what's going on, guys? I'm just here for the ride. Love it. There's really no way you can refuse, though, is there? You two young ladies must be involved as well. Would you care to join us? Oh, sure. Quite the view, isn't it? How long can you play dumb with this many people lined up and wanting answers from you? You better just give in and come clean with everything you know. Ugh. Oh my god, so many people I can talk to! Excuse me, are you new to all of this too? Oh, I guess I'm kinda just tagging along. Me too. Let's make sure to not get in the way, shall we? Right. She was only introduced as the investigator's client. She's cool. It feels like we wouldn't stand a chance against a full-grown woman like her. Excuse me, I had no idea that Gamyoda has connections with Haihaku. So I'd like to ask, was it Miss Yamamori from Haihaku who obtained the records of fate and passed it to Arashi? No, that was not the case. Oh, my mistake. Was it Suden Gamyoda's doing then? No, it was not. We first learned of the records of fate from Mr. Arashi. It was then that Miss Yamamori gained an interest and extended a contract to compensate him in the return for his research and findings. Then who was it that activated the Feast of Shadows to call forth the Curse of the Seven Mysteries? I give you my word that we had no part in that. Okay, dude, you've been lying this whole time. We had learned from Arashi beforehand that something would happen at midnight last night. That's all. Hey, there's no way that's true. Stop lying. I must ask that you please refrain from violence. Hold on, Yako. It's alright. The minute I learned that Gamyata was none other than the queen of Heihaku herself, I felt like that was the case. She doesn't have strong enough spirit sense for it. Oh, gotcha. Ugh. Well, it is somewhat shameful. If you require proof, then so be it. What, so that talk of supernatural powers was just hot air? I don't think she has zero spirit sense, but even Yako here has more than her. I do? Also, the spirit power lingering in this park has been bothering me for quite some time. The person who died here must have had considerable, powerful spirit sense. I mean, he did have the Whispering Canal. If they were a Heihaku employee, then maybe they should have been the one running things. To think Shogo Oki was so talented. At any rate, Heihaku wasn't the mastermind behind exposing the records of fate to the world and initiating the Feast of Shadows. I think we can be sure about that one. Alright. Now then, I've come to hand over the Haunting Clapper's curse stone like I promised. A curse stone? Thank you. I have to admit, I'm surprised that you are a man of your word. But first, I've got some questions about the curse stones you already have. What exactly do you want to know? Earlier, you said that Heihaku have collected 6 curse stones already. 6? I'd like to confirm which of the 7 mysteries they correspond with. And why do you need to know that? Because I don't trust, of course. If you really collected them like you said, you'd have no problem saying which curse stones they are, right? First, the Whispering Canal. Liar. Good. And what else? Myochozawa over there has the Beckoning Light. Yep, you were the one who made sure I got it. What? Unfortunately for you, I don't feel like handing it over. So I don't think it counts as one of yours. Good to know. Anyway, do continue. Next, there's the Ever-Burning Lantern, which we gave to Hideki Arashi. So you consider that one of Heihaku's then? Whatever. We'll worry about that later. That's 3. What about the others? Well, the others are the Foot-Washing Mansion and the Evergreen Beach. What? And lastly, the Fool's Procession, if I recall. So you claim. How about it, Mademoiselle? Mademoiselle? That's wrong. Those 3 are with Inspector Tatsumi. I gave the Fool's Procession to him myself, so I know he's wrong. There you have it. Too bad for you, pal. Ugh. If our agreement was founded on lies, then I have no duty to hand over my curse stone like I promised. Meaning, the only curse stone you have is the Whispering Canal, which is a lie. He does not have it. And it inevitably follows that you used it to kill the young man at Kinshibori Park. Such a horrible act, and to your own employee, no less. No, you're mistaken. To be entirely frank with you, we don't possess a single curse stone. What? We plan to collect soul drugs using any method available to us. Of course, we needed the right. But committing murder ourselves was too much of a risk. We intended on having others collect the soul drugs for us. Is that so? Therefore, I myself have no soul drugs in my possession. It was our plan to arrange for particularly greedy individuals to receive the curses. What? Is it possible Shogo Oki came to possess the Whispering Canal because of that? By the time I became aware of this, he was already dead. I don't believe you. Are you really trying to talk your way out of this now? Or do you really want me to believe a Heihaku employee was cursed by a complete coincidence? That's the truth, whether you believe me or not. It must have been someone else entirely who took Shogo Oki's stone and killed him. I have no idea whatsoever whose hands the Whispering Canal is in now, nor where it may be. Oh, could it really be? Then it wasn't Heihaku who put the idea in Fumichika Nijima's head to get a curse stone either. Nijima? The only ones we've negotiated with are Aiwa and Ereshi. Interesting. Excuse me, but does that mean you don't know the location of the remaining curse stones either? There's one that hasn't been mentioned. What about the Taiko of Sugara? Ooh, good question, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'm afraid we have no information in that regard either. Have you heard enough about the curse stones? I have nothing else to tell you. Excuse me, Mr. Investigator? What is it, mademoiselle? Would you be willing to give up the curse stone you have? Ah, you have a point. They're too dangerous to carelessly walk around with in one's pocket. However, sorry to disappoint you, that's not possible at the moment. And why is that? Ah, you don't know, do you? Then I'll tell you and your friend from Haihaku over there. I doubt any of you have attempted it yet. But it seems that curse stones cannot be given to normal people. Huh? What? I actually tested it with the madame here earlier. Even if you give the curse stone to someone else, the curse bearer doesn't change, and the stone eventually makes its way back to the bearer. It's almost obvious when you think about it, seeing as how the curse stones appear to the curse bearers of their own accord to begin with. But Inspector Tatsumi has collected curse stones from other curse bearers. Then Inspector Tatsumi must be a curse bearer himself. Ah. So from what you're saying, curse stones can only be transferred between curse bearers. And obtaining a curse stone alone doesn't make anyone a curse bearer. So they can't use its curse. Exactly. So they aren't quite as dangerous as you think. As for Haihaku's intention of collecting the curse stones for themselves, unfortunately for them, it was never going to work unless there's a curse bearer among them. That damn Arashi. How could he not know this? That must be why I sensed that I couldn't take Yako's curse stone. I returned it right away when I borrowed it from her earlier. That's precisely how it works, my mysterious mademoiselle. I'll give mine directly to Inspector Tatsumi later. If you know Inspector Tatsumi, then I think that's best. Thank you. And you know about the Records of Fate Yin Scroll, too, don't you? If you were researching the Rite of Resurrection in the Records of Fate, then you must have looked into the Yin Scroll as well. That's right, the Records of Fate alone wasn't enough to learn about how to collect soul drugs. I'm sure you looked into many things on your own, but how much do you actually know? Who and where Simon Tsuchimikido's descendants are? Were you able to find that sort of information with Gamyota's connections? I can't reveal that. Who and where... Oh. Okay, hang on. I'll cut to the chase then. Are you the ones who killed Haimji Yoshimi? No, we did not. Don't try and play dumb now. If not you, then who? That much I don't know. Well, it is true that we were after the information he possessed. He was killed by someone else before we could acquire it. Which forced us to target you instead, Miss Chozawa. And that's why you forced me to talk? And why I ended up with this curse, huh? Indeed, though I never thought you would escape. Well, it took a couple of miracles, but yeah, I got out. And just what information did Haimji have that you wanted? You really think you can get away without answering now? But... Fine, I'll let someone else ask you something for now. Wow, seeing a bunch of adults surround another adult like this is pretty wild. Oops, I didn't mean. I can't reveal that. Then would you prefer I expose to the public how Gamyota is a fraud and with absolute zero spirit sense? Fine, I understand. From the results of our independent research, I found that Simon Tsuchimikido's descendant was Haimji Yoshimi. What? So that's why you went after Haimji. However, Haimji Yoshimi was only carrying a fragment of the whole. A fragment? That's right. He did say something about a fragment of an old manuscript. The location of the Yin Scroll was hidden. This information was split into two and hidden in a pair of talismans, which were then passed down from generation to generation. Ah! The talismans! I see. Haimji Yoshimi was supposed to have one, but it was almost certainly stolen when he was killed. It's possible that he knew the location of the other as well. So that's why you questioned me about the things he inherited. The girl Haimji had been helping recently must have had it then. Oh, Michio's talisman! Yes. Michio Shiraashi was also likely a descendant of Seimin Tsuchi Mikido. What? The talisman she carried as a keepsake from her father. We searched for it based on Miss Trozawa's memories. However, Michio Shiraashi was already dead. Yes, by coincidence, she happened to be closely connected to Mr. Iowa. So we began our investigation there. Oh my god, my throat. But he was already dead, too, leaving you in Naporti. I see. Mio, if we can get both of the talismans... Yep, we'll know the location of the records of Fate Yin Scroll. Wow, sometimes the answer is just right under your nose. Sometimes those answers are the hardest to find. Yeah, we're gonna finish this game. We're almost done, so we're just gonna push through. Yako, let's keep quiet about the location of the talismans for now, okay? Ah, right. No need for Yomi Oka to know. That was a close one. I almost slipped up. Okay, I think that's about all we have to ask him. We'll let you off for today, since you went along with all of our questions nicely. A pleasure working with you. We're done here. But the information you have... The hell are you whining about? I said we're done, so scram. That's all our business as well, so I shall be bidding you all farewell. Yes, right. Excuse me, Mr. Investigator. Please don't forget about that curse stone. Don't fret, I'll hand it over to the Inspector Tatsumi like I had promised. I'm glad I didn't end up having to give it to that Yomi Oka. Let's take our leave, madame. With that, we'll be freed from this troublesome curse ourselves. They're absolutely lying. Coming out of Lurk to say goodnight. Not a problem, Donut. Have a good night as well. That lady and the investigator, we should keep an eye on them. Agreed. Really? Why? I think they're up to something. Just my intuition. But still. Yeah, I wonder what the investigator really wanted out of all of this. For a comfy stream, I'm pretty pumped. This is getting interesting. I know, right? Like, we are super close to the end. If his goal was getting information about the curse stones, then this might be bad. Oh, right. I got one of those curse stones, too. The beckoning light. Oh, right. If you wouldn't mind, would you give it to Inspector Tatsumi without using it? Yeah, sure. If you introduce me to the cop, that is. I feel like I keep carrying it around with me. I'll start getting some weird ideas, too. I just remembered. Mayu! I have something important to tell you. Whoa! What's with all this yelling all of a sudden? You know a girl named Hitomi Okuda, don't you? Really? Hitomi has Heimji's talisman? Yes, he entrusted it to her in a panic just before his death. He sensed an imminent crisis closing in on him, but Hitomi was the only one around that he could ask for help. That's so. I'm sorry she got left with such a big responsibility. That must mean that Heimji got killed by someone who was after the talisman. But since he gave it to someone else, they couldn't steal it like they wanted. I'll have to thank Hitomi for that. I also think it's going to be hard for us to get her to give up the talisman. Yeah, you might be right. It was Heimji's dying request to her. So you two need the talisman for something. Yeah. Personally, I'd like to use the talisman as bait. Then I could get my hands on that bastard that killed Heimji. Please, I promise we'll uncover the mastermind behind all this. They probably have supernatural abilities at their disposal. Please leave them to us. Yeah, we'll catch them, don't you worry. Well, look at that. You've got that look in your eyes. The look that young people get that says they'll get something done no matter what it takes. How am I supposed to say no to that? You go find them and give them what they deserve for what they did to my Heimji, you hear? We will. I'm pretty mad at them myself. If punches work on them, I'll give them a good one. Now that I can get behind. I'll leave it to you two. Now then, your next move should be to find Hitomi and get that talisman. Though isn't there one more talisman that you need? Right, but we've got a pretty good idea of where that one Michio had is. We'll have to check with Inspector Tatsumi about that. We should go back to the school and call him. You got it. Okay, I'll head to the high school now and wait for you there. Perfect. Look at us working together. Except the investigator and Haruwe. So these are blocked out, so we have to go back here. So that's already filled out. Let's go to Midoricho Park. I can talk to him. Ayame Tono says her plans for the Rite of Resurrection may be achievable through this last resort. Does that mean she's given up on her plan to steal a curse stone? Richard? You know, I have one as well. A last resort. You do? Ah. Even if we don't steal another curse stone, I already have my own. If it becomes necessary, I am prepared to use it. So you think it might be possible that she has one of her own too? But that she despises the idea of using it to kill others, so instead she means to steal a curse stone with soul dregs already in it? It doesn't contradict anything we know. She lives nearby, which means she might have the Taiko of Sugaro curse stone. We still don't know much about that one. Richard? That last resort Ayame spoke of. It could be our chance. We can use her. I hear you loud and clear. Relaxing peacefully in the park, it's hard to imagine it was the site of some horrid curse. See, I'm not a fan of this woman. She's just so sinister. I can't... Oh. Music changed. This place is associated with the Whispering Canal. The canal must be connected to the man who was found drowned in the park. Agreed. Did we already read this? Yeah, we did. Could he have the beckoning light or even... Well, no. We've already read this. Come on. There's a lot of jumping back into this. Candy store? There's nothing else. Oh, that did do it. Oh shit. Manhunt. We haven't played these guys in a while, I feel. Let me stretch a little bit. Hang on. Ugh. Here we go. 4 p.m. From HQ to all bureaus. Officers have discovered the residence of paroled offender Fumichika Najima, currently wanted under suspicion of a criminal threat. Suspect escaped his residence prior to officers' arrival and is now at large in Sumida City. Suspect is thought to be fleeing on foot. All bureaus are instructed to pursue, ensuring that he does not take refuge inside. Furthermore, suspect is believed to possess a weapon capable of causing large-scale casualties. All officers are instructed to exercise extreme caution in their pursuit, remaining vigilant for signs of explosives and poison gas. Sorry, boss, I tracked down Najima's safe house, but he legged it just before we got there. Not your fault. We should have known he'd been on the lookout for us. We've got officers all over town. It's only a matter of time before we bag him. So, boss, what are we doing here? I figured Najima might show up. Call it a hunch, but he used this place as a hideout 20 years ago. Fair enough, but will he even remember it after so long? Remember that mugshot of Najima? Hi, Other Bean. Welcome, welcome. We're about 3 hours and a half into the stream, but we're trying to finish this, so it might be a bit of a longer stream. I think it was from when he got on parole, but except for a few wrinkles, he looked like he did 20 years ago. Yeah, no idea how he kept that weight on a prison diet. That's a stroke of luck, though, isn't it? It means he'll be easy to spot. See, there's something bothering me about that. We've got every officer in the area looking for him, but no one's seen a damn thing. Which makes me wonder, what if he's looking for the wrong face? You mean, he slimmed down? But it's only been half a year since he made parole. Could he really have lost that much weight in just 6 months? Well, he looked different enough that no one recognized him when he started working at Komagata High. Good point, but that means the photo we've got is useless. I know we didn't see anyone when we looked around before, but maybe we should check again. Don't bother, it's only been a few minutes. Let's take a second to sit and think. Aye aye, boss. Break time it is. Is there a bird? A bird sticker? Burb. Oh. The rest of the town's crawling with police, but there's practically no one here. We've been running ourselves ragged all day. It's nice to finally stop and catch our breath. Huh? Hey, boss. Huh. I think I hear something coming from those bushes over there. You sure it ain't the wind? Hello? Is anyone there? Oh. Well, I'll be damned. Hey, you. Let me ask you something. And how can I help you two fine gentlemen? Huh? Do I know you? I could swear I've seen you somewhere before. Afraid you ain't gonna charm anyone with that old tired line, sir. Not even this old-timer. Playing hard to get, huh? My mistake. Anyways, what's your business here? Just enjoying a moment to myself since I've got the day off. I like it here. It's peaceful. We're looking for someone. Mind if we ask you some questions? Sounds like a lucky man, sir, to have a strapping gent like yourself after him. This one's business, not pleasure. I've dedicated my life to putting this guy behind bars. Well, you're talking to him, sir. You can say that again. Boss, put in so many hours, even his wife and kid left him. Enough, Ariel, you'll set him off. Sorry to hear that, sir. But if you glared at them like that all day, I can't say I blame them. That laugh should have been it. Oh, that's it. The guy I'm after used to laugh. He caught it too. You sure you haven't seen him? Oh no, sir. Don't know anyone like that, sir. With a laugh like that, he must be bad to the bone. He's a nasty piece of work, alright. But maybe he can still do the right thing. You'd like to think so, huh? Ariel, call for backup. You mean that's him? Crap, he's running away. Wait! I'll go after him. You get back up. Okay, I'm on it. From HQ to all bureaus? Suspect has been sighted in the former Usada Gardens and is fleeing towards Komagata Bridge. Ariel, go the long way around. We'll trap him on the bridge. Got it. Give it up, Najima. You're surrounded. There's no way out. Hey now, you're really gonna pull that thing on poor old me? When did the boys in blue get so trigger happy around unarmed civilians? Unarmed my ass, we know what the curse you're packing is capable of. But we also know it can't do shit in daylight. So give it up and come quietly. Can't do shit in daylight, eh? What do you think I am, some third-rate amateur? I'm a goddamn black magician. No way, can black magic really do that? Like hell it can. He's pulling that out of his ass. Black magic is from the West, and these curses are Japanese. They don't have anything to do with each other. Besides, if he could use curses while the sun was up, he wouldn't give it us until dusk. Oh, nice of you to take me at my word on that. Now that I was out of the picture, I'm shit out of options. Good to know. Sounds like it won't take much to get you to give up. Careful now. I might just be desperate enough to try something. And the kid over there might be just desperate enough to shoot. Bit of a wild card, huh? Oh no. Oh no! Is there any birds around here? Hang on. Is there any birds? No, there's not. Oops. Don't shoot! I doubt he can pull off what he's threatening, but we can't be too cautious here. And if we try to take him down by force, things could get sticky. If I keep talking to him, maybe I can get him to drop his guard, or even talk him down. I just have to be careful not to provoke him. Best case scenario is we get him in cuffs. Next best is we steal his curse stone. Either way, I need to get some idea of how his curse works, or I'll be flying blind. Don't do anything, Ario. Ario, if he makes any funny moves, shoot him. Leave it to me, boss. Oh, look at that face. He's like, oh shit, you're gonna actually shoot me? Leave it to me, boss. I'll get him right between the eyes. Whoa, 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 easy there, hotshot. I don't know if you're serious, but think about what you're saying here. If I really am unarmed, you'll be all over the news faster than you can say excessive force. My boss will take the fall, so that's fine by me. You're shitting me! This guy's a basket case! And a damn good officer. Fuck me, you've got spirit, kid, I'll give you that. Just give yourself up and this will be over. If you want to talk, I'll talk, but first you gotta put that thing away. I can't think straight with a gun in my face. We're not for sure what's going on. Hello, Pack. Welcome, welcome. Not a chance. If you got something to say, then say it. Your buddy's hands are shaking. If he squeezes the trigger a bit too hard, I'm done for. Makes things more exciting, don't you think? You two have lost your fucking minds. Shoot first, then no questions. Have to be asked the American way. Well, this is in Japan, so they won't do that. Hey boss, can I shoot already? My arms are getting tired over here. What? Knock yourself out. Whoa, 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 hold up. The hell is wrong with you? You really gonna shoot a guy just cause your arms are tired? Fuck! You look like you're gonna do it! You're out of your goddamn minds, both of you! Hear that, Ario? Let's hold off a little longer. Aye aye, boss. Fuck me, the hell are you teaching that kid? He's a natural. Birds of a feather. Don't take your eyes off this guy for a second, Ario. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Let's ask about his curse. You have the curse stone for the one-sided read. Of course I do. Take a look. That's it, alright. Whoops. Better put it somewhere safe. Wouldn't want something to happen to it. How did you find out about the curse stones? They don't have anything to do with black magic. Someone else turned you to them, didn't they? That puffed-up teacher Arashi couldn't shut up about them. He's desperate for a chance to flaunt his smarts. All I had to do was act impressed. That still doesn't explain how you learned so much so fast. Curses and black magic ain't so different as you seem to think. As far as I'm concerned, they're just two types of harnessing paranormal power. You're sure there isn't more to it? All that matters is whether the power is the real deal. And this curse is very real, as you well know. Joke's on you, Najima. Don't you know the one-sided read is a fake dropped in with the rest? Oh, give it a rest. I've tested it myself. You used that thing on people? Son of a bitch. When something this special falls into your lap, you gotta take it for a spin. I'm just good at covering my tracks. You threw them into the damn river again. Good enough not to get caught, at least. Let me guess. You're back to your old tricks? Attacking schoolgirls in the middle of the night? Ah, so you know about that, huh? One of the brats put up a fight. Bought enough time for the other one to get away, so I went ahead and called it quits. Sounds like your curse is a real pain to set off. Nah, I had that sorted way out before, but she pulled some kind of spirit bullshit on me. I would have gotten the little bitch eventually, I just didn't have the time. So it's a time thing. Way before. Huh. Interesting. If you think puzzling out my curse is gonna help, don't bother. Why not? Because you won't be able to do shit about it either way. I'll let you in on a secret. I could fuck up a good few hundred people right now if I wanted to. A few hundred? Yeah, now you're getting it. I could kill any one of them at any time. Then I guess we've got ourselves a situation. You're telling me your curse stone can kill people you can't even see. Seems a bit unfair. If you can really do that, why'd you even bother showing up in person last night? I wanted to make sure the curse worked, and I figured I'd need to clean up after. What's it been, Najima? 20 years you've been studying black magic? And now you're just giving it all up for Eastern curses? I didn't have you down for a cheater. Hey now, black magic screwed me over first. You can't blame a man for going with the girl who meets his needs. Screwed you over how? Because your resurrection ritual didn't work? That was the real point of the murders, wasn't it? Must have been rough putting in all that work for no payoff. Imagine my surprise when I finally found out what you were really after. So now you're trying again with the rite of resurrection, taking the chance to spit in my eye while you do it. Tell me, Najima, who is it you want to resurrect so damn bad? Who is it that you've spent 20 years chasing? It's the mother of that baby, ain't it? You had a partner. And though you never put a ring on her, the two of you had a kid. But then she died. Maybe she got sick. Maybe she got into an accident. But either way, she left you and the kid all alone in this world. Tell me I'm wrong, Najima. It's her you're trying to bring back, isn't it? I've seen for myself just how many folks are pinning their hopes on this rite of resurrection. And I can tell you this, it ain't natural, and it ain't gonna lead to anything good. So, if all you ever needed was someone to help you deal with this pain, then... Oh? God, you're so fucking stupid, huh? Is that really what you think? That's hilarious. You don't know a goddamn thing. What? Damn it, for a second there, I really thought you were gonna talk him down, boss. Listen up, chump. I'll tell you what really happened 20 years ago. What really happened? You got half of it right. I did have a loving girl back once. Sweet as could be. She knows what she went by, though I couldn't tell you if that was her real name. Don't know where she came from either. She traveled, I think. Might have been an angel for all I know. She sure seemed like one to me. But then she got sick, and just like that, she was gone. My guess is that it was all the pollution, but I never knew for sure. Couldn't afford a decent doctor. My life after that was a living hell. Until I found this grimoire. Grimoire in an old bookstore. A grimoire, huh? It told of a resurrection ritual, black magic that could bring Shino back. So I was right. Not exactly. See, who said the ritual didn't work? Did he bring Shino back and her soul is in that baby? You said it yourself. Black magic screwed you over. Oh, it screwed me all right. But it worked just fine. What's that supposed to mean? See, the ritual doesn't bring the person back as they were when they died. It's more like reincarnation, rebirth. Rebirth. Wait. Oh no. Oh hell no. You mean that baby? Damn right. The resurrection ritual brought Shino back to me as a fucking baby. You've got to be kidding me. You're telling me that wasn't her kid? That was her in the flesh? The hell I am. That little brat was not my Shino. Her mind was gone. She was totally helpless. She didn't even know who I was. Her warm arms, her gentle voice, gone. Gone, gone. There wasn't a damn thing left of her. What the hell did you expect? She was a baby! If you really cared about her, you would have grown some balls and acted like a father. Fuck that. I snatched sacrifices off the street for her, chopped them to pieces for her, and that's what I get? A screaming little bundle of shit and piss? That wasn't my Shino. Give me back her softness. Give me back her warmth. Give her back to me. So you just left the baby to die. I knew you were scum, but you really are the lowest of low. Look me in the eye and tell me that if your wife turned into a baby, you'd love her just the same. How could I do that when I couldn't even be sure it was really her? Yeah, I get it. I get that you're human garbage who doesn't care about anyone but himself. So now you're going after the rite of resurrection in hopes you'll get luckier this time. Luck doesn't come into it. The rite really works. There's proof. And what happens if you get the same results? If your Shino comes back as a baby again? Gah! Shut up. Don't put that lie in my head. It'll work this time. It has to. Hang on. We have... Huh. There's a lot under him. Interesting. Fuck. It doesn't matter. I'm through with black magic. Is that why you gave your grimoire to Iowa? I figured he could use it. I put a lot of work into getting him to believe that sort of stuff. Yeah, I actually talked about, like, I brought up Pet Cemetery, because that's a similar thing. Just because, you can bring someone back doesn't mean you should. Like in Pet Cemetery, you can bring the body back, but the soul will be someone different. This is a bit different. This is more rebirth, resurrection, but same thing. Just because you can bring someone back, you probably shouldn't. You seriously got your curse locked onto several hundred people? That's one hell of a curse stone you're packing. These things sure ain't made equal. And of course you got the nasty one. Of all the shitty luck. I'm told I pulled a good one. Told by who? Whoopsies, I've said too much. I knew it. Someone fed you all this information. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, fine. We'll talk about something else. That massacre you told me about on the phone, did you mean it? Every word, don't worry. Soon you'll have the case of a lifetime. Oh yeah? And how are you gonna pull it off? Like, I'm gonna tell you, dumbass. But I'll give you one thing for free. I never had to wait until sundown. I just wanted to make sure you really hate me for this. Pretty sure I hate you plenty already. That ain't shit. I need more hatred out of you. More. What if his curse stone is activated by hatred, and that's why he's provoking him? Like, the person he wants to kill has to have so much hatred towards him for it to activate. Because the read one, the one-sided read, was about this guy who, like, hated this woman because she rejected him. So I do think it's related to hate. Needy son of a bitch, ain't ya? Oh, I'm not done. Just wait until you see what I've got in store for you. For what you really care about. You should be quaking in your fucking boots. That's not gonna happen. She's got enough to worry about without your sorry ass getting in her hair. Now that's more like it. There's the face I wanted to see. Yeah, that's the stuff. I'm a man of my word, as you're about to find out. Fine, and keep your mouth shut, but I do know one thing. All that about being able to use your curse during the day, it's bullshit. Just a bluff. Oh, is that what you think? Your back's to the wall and you still haven't used your curse. If you really could pull the plug at any time, you would have done so by now. Haha, now there's the Tatsumi I know. Fine, I admit it. It's exactly like you said. If I could have used my curse, I would have. So I did. Huh? There should be a few new corpses around the city right about now. You sure you should be pointing guns at me when people are dying across the city? What? When did you... Hey, Ario! Get someone to check that out. Just don't take your eyes off Najima. Aye aye, boss. Hey, I need someone over here. Ayame! Yeah, that's right. Get to earning that paycheck. If you don't see him soon, there'll be plenty more on the way. However will you get out of this mess? The longer you keep me here, the more people die. That's blood on your hands. Bullshit, you're bluffing. Think what you like. You'll see soon enough. I feel like if I interact with Ayame, he's gonna kill her, but I don't... Huh? What the... Whoa, back up. The hell is she doing here? Crap, our eyes just met. This is bad, real bad. Why'd she have to pick now of all times? Get out of here, damn it! Book it before he sees you. Ugh, but I need to ask her about... Namagaki, shit. Boss, what are you doing? Looking all over the place. Focus! He caught it. Damn it! Fuck, he's fast! Ayame, get away! Well, Ayame Tono, I've been looking for you for such a long time. Dad! Ayame, don't you dare, you bastard. Get away from her. Get over here. Get off me, you're hurting me! Stay right here. Or she died. Oh, fuck. Hey, get back here. Make me see you around, dumb fucks. Oh, shit. Whoa! That piece of shit took Ayame hostage and ran off with her. After him, we can't let him get away. Suspect has evaded capture at Komagata Bridge and remains at large. He is currently on the run with a female hostage. I gotta say, boss, we really screwed that one up. Yeah, we did. It's my fault. All we can do now is hope he doesn't slip the net. We know his identity now, boss. He can't run forever. Come on, keep your chin up. I'm sure the hostage will be alright. I hope so. I can't believe that was your daughter. How crazy is that? Yeah. We've been trying to get a hold of her since this morning and she just shows up here? Who would have thought? What a twist of fate. Yeah, a bit too twisted of a twist for my liking. I think you need a breather, boss. You're not making sense. Does this mean she was the one in the car with Namagaki? Nah, we don't know that yet. Let's see what she has to say before we jump into any conclusions. You sound tired, boss. That standoff must have done a number on you. Come on, let's treat ourselves to some Mitsumame. That'll put a spring in your step. Yeah, that sounds good. Some sugar might be just what I need to get my brain working. Whoa! Hold on, boss. Sounds like Patrol's just gotten a message. I'll go check it out. Sure thing. Please be good news. Please be good news. Good news, boss. They found Najima. No shit. What about the hostage? I don't know. They just said to come quick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can you see his dead body? My body is, covering him. Damn it. Guess we'll find out when we get there. So she is a curse bearer. And she has the Taiko of, Sugaru. At 4:28 p.m., Umichika Najima, also known as Makoto Ashimiya, was discovered in the former Yasuda Gardens, beaten to death. The body suffered 110 distinct instances of blunt force trauma, the case is being treated as a homicide. The deceased's possessions have not been recovered and appear to have been taken post-mortem. The location of the deceased female hostage remains unclear. Police continue to pursue her as a person of interest. Alright. We can do, preparing for battle. Or this one. This one we can't touch yet. Let's do this one. Let's see what her last resort is. "5 p.m. Well, I guess Najima's dead, so I guess that's fine, but... We've received an update about the hostage situation. The 56-year-old male suspect who had announced his intent to commit mass murder in Sumida City today had taken a woman hostage and gone on the run, but was found by police in the park in Sumida after 4 p.m. and confirmed dead. The weapon the suspect was said to possess was nowhere to be found on site, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. I mean, the taiko is the drum thing, so he probably got beaten like a drum. Furthermore, the female hostage was not present, and the search for her continues. Interesting. If it's being reported on the news, then that leads credence to her story. Anyways, I should ask about her side of the story. Well then, how should I proceed? Is this what it's like to be rushing to one's doom? Well, I found her! Well, it's just like I said, right? The female hostage mentioned on the news just now. That must have been you. Which means you killed Najima with your own curse stone. Well, you said you'd give me refugees, so I came to take you up on that offer. What are you planning? Me? Well, obviously. I'm on to my last resort. So you're a curse bearer with a curse stone too, right? Are you surprised? Yes, I have a curse stone of my own. It's the Taiko of Sugaru. Then why go after other people's curse stones? Because killing people is bad, you know? Don't you think so too? You're right. It's wrong to kill people for the sake of resurrection. Right? And it's not even 1 for 1, so it's hardly a fair exchange. Either way, That's why I wanted to only use soul dregs gathered by others. But that didn't work out in the end. No one had the backbone to use their curse. The world's gone soft. With no one mercilessly using their curse in pursuit of their own goals, I had to take matters into my own hands. He pretty much got JoJo'd. You could almost say these curse bearers are stand users. I heard Namagaki, the young man you were with, used his curse stone too. Huh? How do you know that? Ugh, creepy much. Are you stalking me? I may have heard it from a detective I know. Ugh, there it is. Cops. Betcha know a bunch. I know your type. People who boast just because they know a couple of cops. But the police is filed with nothing but scum. My, you seem to hold quite a grudge against the force. Speaking of, this guy's really creeping me out. What's the deal with him anyways? You gonna explain? Even the way he moves is all weird and exaggerated. Right, I haven't introduced myself yet. No thank you. It's okay, Richard. It's better if she doesn't have your name. So, what are we talking about again? Oh, right. Yutaro Namagaki. He's no good, honestly. He was such a wuss. I had to spur him on so many times for him to use his curse, and even then he was pissing his pants. And just when I take my eyes off him, he hands his curse stone to someone. Honestly, he's a disappointment. So that's what happened. Which is why I figured I had to do it myself, if I wanted it done right, you know? That's what my last resort is, collecting soul dregs on my own. Let me introduce myself. It's hard to talk as strangers. Is it? And are you okay telling me who you are? Well, I won't stop you. Do as you please. Well, I'm Haruo Shigima, and this is my house. My father and husband are both with the police. Is that so? Then you know that cops are just the worst people, right? Well, there are certainly many who are cold, especially with their own family. In a police family, one is expected to just grin and bear it, no matter what happens. God, I know, right? What a relief, you understand. I think we might get along. Oh, well, I'm glad then. And I'm Richard Kai, private investigator. Ugh, did I ask? But, you're an investigator? So your job is to sneak around and follow people to pry into their secrets, right? Oh, is that why you keep probing with all these questions? Gross. Guess there's not much I can do to change that terrible impression you got of me. Hey lady, why are you working with this dude? I asked him to look into something for me. Really? It's just that he keeps looking this way. Isn't your father a police officer as well? That man is not my father, not in name or deed. Sounds like there's some bad blood there. I've already legally cut all ties. He even had the nerve to act all high and mighty today and still refused to help me. You met him today. Yes, today. Remember the chief Tatsume who was chasing Negima? Well, that's him. That's my dad. What? You're his daughter? Former daughter. I've cut ties. He's never acted like a father, so he doesn't deserve the title. You know, I heard something about that Najima guy. Apparently he wanted to get revenge on Chief Inspector Tatsumi for his arrest by going after his daughter. Wait, really? And I heard the police had been searching nonstop to take you into protective custody. So that explains why the police were staking out your place too. Man, how could I have known that? They came in such an intimidating number. Wait, huh? Hold on a minute. Doesn't that mean Najima was specifically after my life today? That sounds about right. It's a good thing you got out unscathed, or rather, managed to turn the tables on him. Ugh, that means legally speaking it was self-defense. But that truly was quite frightening. To think I'd have to go through this just for being related to a cop. It's a disgrace. It truly is. To cause their own children such trouble. I'm sorry. It's okay. You're not the one that needs to apologize, lady. I'm sorry. It just reminded me of what happened to my son. Your son? What happened? My child was also kidnapped and murdered in order to enact revenge against the police, you see. What? How awful. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Now that you say that, I do remember hearing about an incident like that last year. That must have been your son, huh? My condolences. So when you were taken hostage by Najima, you used the curse stone in the gardens and swiftly made your getaway. Well, yeah, I didn't really have time to think about it. At the time, I only thought of how to get out of here.
Hydrate up, bitch.
What about now? Could you use it again, your curse stone? Well, the curse stone doesn't respond during the day, but... Wait, that's right, she couldn't use the curse stone! It's evening now. So I tried using the curse just now and yep, it seems I can activate it. What, you're using it now? It might still be a little weak, I guess. It's not supposed to be used repeatedly. But I think I could get it to work once more. If you kill Richard, I am going to kill you myself. Do not do that to our boy. Thank you for Sip Sip. That's so. Sure is. So I'll give you a final warning. It's already started, so be careful, It started? What started? The curse, of course. All that's left is for the conditions to be fulfilled. I hadn't even considered it. Would it be possible to use my stone as well now? If it's already active, does that mean we'll die the second we trip her conditions? Her proclamation meant she thinks I'm a curse bearer. Did she find out? Or is this a trick to get me to admit it? Well, she doesn't have any fire things on us. Calm down, ma'am. If using a curse, one would target a curse bearer. Tycho. Let's look up. That doesn't help. Alright. She activated her curse. The curse stones can be used already? I let my guard down. I didn't even think it could be used this early in the evening. Ma'am, please calm down. What should I do? Should I keep talking to her? Holy crap, they were giving us a lot. No, instead of talking about that, how about we talk about why you're so shaken? As I thought, you have a curse stone too. You're a curse bearer, aren't you, lady? I didn't expect a SAT exam. I know, right? Oh. No point in lying. Yes, I am. I'm sure you've already noticed. Well, yes, around last night. It was a little too obvious. Judging by your address, I'm guessing you've got the haunting clappers? Yes, that's right. There's a lot of soul dregs on the table for killing a curse bearer, you know. I'm well aware. Did you get soul dregs when you killed Najima? Of course, his curse stone already contains some soul dregs as well. I think killing one more curse bearer will be enough for the rite. You can combine soul dregs across several stones? Correct. All it needs is the prerequisite amount. As long as you've got that, it doesn't matter where you got them from. I see. Then, you won't mind if I took them, right? My lady! You're quite motivated, aren't you? Ma'am? Richard's on the other couch like, oh shit. I am between two very dangerous women. So, tobacco. She smokes. She has a lighter. Do you smoke? Well, a little. Feel free to smoke if you want. Please. It's okay. I don't see any ashtrays out on display either. Does no one smoke in this family? A little rare, isn't it? Nobody in the family does. Richard's like, bitch, I know what you're doing. He doesn't even have his pupil anymore. He's just like, oh, Jesus, fuck, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Here's the thing. This could lead to another ending. This could lead to another ending. Then why did you ask me if I did all of a sudden? Well, let's see if this gets us to another ending. Ah! Did you try to use your curse just now? It seems I didn't meet your curse's conditions. I wonder if it was smart to secretly toss the lighter I was— Fuck! She tossed it! When did— You made a mistake when you decided to ask me about smoking. If a source of fire is the condition of your stone, then you won't see me falling for it now. You wasted your chance with all this chatter. All you needed to do was activate your curse first. I brought everything Najima had on him, including the lighter he was holding. But it's over now. Yes, I concede. Damn it. We really tried. I can't use it, though. Your father, the chief inspector, I met him not too long ago. Oh, really? He came off a little stiff and awkward. That's a surprise. But there was something charming about his seriousness, and he seemed like he cared a lot about his daughter. Ugh, cut it out. It's gross. You don't know a thing about us. Well, maybe we do. It's pointless, I'm telling you. Oh, really? He came off— Oh, yeah, we already did that. So that still is there. This means that we can use it. Which is weird. Outsiders shouldn't butt into another family's affairs. Though he may as well be a stranger to me now. Even if you've cut legal ties, you're still related by blood. Huh? We're not related at all. Huh? He probably thought that I never noticed it, but it wasn't hard for me to figure out that I wasn't related to them by blood. So you— Is this Shino? Is this Shino? Well, I got curious, so I looked into it. It was all pretty straightforward. I was a baby when they took me in. All they did was raise me. My mother first got pregnant shortly after she married. But it was a stillbirth. The whole affair left a deep wound on her heart. My father couldn't bear to see it. So it was for her sake that he did it. I was a substitute, a replacement for the child she lost. He decided that all by himself. He didn't discuss it. Maybe he was trying to be thoughtful. So any baby would have been fine, as long as it could have been comforted. So long as it could have comforted the woman who hoped to become a mother. Putting it in such a way, it's not easy to raise a child. My mother was bewildered, wouldn't you be, after being told to raise a baby that wasn't your own? But she couldn't just abandon the baby either. Yet my father just left everything to my mother and never lent a hand. He's so damn selfish. The two of them grew apart. I watched them try and figure out how to understand each other, and the sight of it disgusted me. It was a messed up family, I'll tell you. Well, I guess my presence was to blame for the rift between. You shouldn't say that. I know he's bad at expressing himself and has his work, but still, that shouldn't be an excuse. But knowing all that, I couldn't take it anymore. It just made me want to hurry up and leave home and live on my own. I still rely on him for tuition and allowance, but that much is normal for most kids, right? I don't want him to start acting like he's my father now just because he's doing the minimum. I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like it was tough for you all. I'm sorry, you're right. It's not my place to talk about your family. Well, I may have said too much. But at least I don't need to worry about activating your conditions. How did you kill Fumichika Najima? I'm not telling you. I only asked because it does concern me. It was one of the reasons my child was kidnapped. There's not much to say. We talked and he cleared the conditions for my stone. Did he show any signs of remorse over his past crimes? It didn't feel like he did, no. I see. The world is full of trash men, I tell you. I agree. Oh, poor Richard's over there like, God damn, should I just leave this room? In a way, I guess you could say you put a stop to Najima's mass murder schemes. About that. There's no guarantee that I won't do it myself. Huh? I picked up his curse stone of the one-sided reed. It really is something else. Unfortunately, I can't use a curse stone that's not mine until late at night. Really? Are you okay with telling me that? How silly of me. I let that slip. Teehee. Interesting. What is your wish, Ayame? Is it really to resurrect Katsushika Hakusai? Yes. There's no life that holds more value than his. Including my own. You're saying you'd be willing to die if it meant bringing Hakusai back to life? Not all life is equal. At least, not to me. A life that can birth art with the power to move hearts is infinitely more worthy. Compared to that, the life of someone like me, someone that can't produce a thing, has no value. Damn. That's unhinged. I'm still young. It's the age for wild thoughts. But aren't you the same as me, huh? You've got a life more important than your own. A life you considered more important than the lives of many others. That's what you're doing it all for, isn't it? You're right. If I can save my son, I could care less about my life or the lives of others. Oh, who's unhinged now? I'm a mother. It is what it is. Dang. The feelings of a proper parent are something else. But if that's your wish, then what do you plan on doing if you don't get your wish? Oh, I haven't thought of that. I might just keep on trying to bring Hakusai back some other way. You really are obsessed. You and Heihaku's chairwoman might be cut from the same cloth. Who's that? She's like an all-powerful vortex of obsession turned into yokai-level proportions. You're saying I'll end up like her? Are you looking forward to such a future? I'd rather not have to wait until I'm old and creaking. I want it to happen now. I'll put my life on the line for Hakusai. Alrighty. With your cards on the table, you're out of options. It might be possible for Mr. Investigator there to pin me down by force, but he's not going to do that, is he? Correct. I won't take that risk. Not while your curse's conditions are unknown. Coward. Goddamn, he doesn't want to die! I came to kill you and acquire your soul dregs, but after hearing you out, I got a question for you. Why don't you just give up on the right of resurrection? You said it was your son, right? The one you wanted to bring back. But haven't you done enough? I'm sure your son is content knowing you cared for him this much. I'm truly willing to die to resurrect Hakusai, but you can't say the same, right? If you're going to bring your son back, you have to be alive as well, right? In fact, what really What you really want is for both of you to live, right? Yes. Well, even if you both live to see it, your son would grow up knowing you for who you are. Someone who stole the lives of others to bring him back. You would be putting the burden of shouldering all the lives sacrificed for him on his little shoulders. Are you really okay with that? Ugh. If you didn't think about that, then what are you doing? Then what you're doing is not for your son. It's for yourself. Aren't you just bringing him back to fulfill your own desires? That's not... Ma'am, what she's saying may be harsh, but it holds a kernel of truth. Don't reduce yourself to nothing but a mother who would sacrifice anything for her son. But that's not... We've discovered the truth behind his kidnapping. Next, you should take some time to come to understand your own feelings. I'll help you every step of the way, getting to the heart of things. That is what an investigator does. What will you do? Ma'am, if you relinquish the curse stone to a curse bearer, you will no longer be a curse bearer. You won't be a target anymore. Ayame is giving you a chance. Think hard, and then give your answer. Not a problem, Devil. You have a good night. I think... Let's give up the curse stone. Very well. Because now it's going to be a battle between father and daughter, since both of them have a ton of curse stones. And I know Tatsume has really good ones. Thanks. Glad you could see reason. Ma'am, you made the right choice. Dang, you really didn't collect any soul dregs, huh? I promised myself that if I ever used it, it would only be once. But in the end, it didn't come down to numbers. So they really need to be carrying a flame. This seems pretty practical. Well, I'll be taking my leave then. There's no point in going after you for soul drag, so I'm off to the next curse bearer. Do you know who remains? You speak as if you've already figured it out. I got a pretty good idea from our talk. What will you do? Do you plan to stop me? It's not my place to intervene. Alright then. Hey lady, can I borrow your phone? I don't mind. But who are you calling? The cops. I think it would be faster if I called them directly. Does she know her father? Ooh, that's incomplete. Mr. Tatsumi, this is Mayu Chozawa. Ah, so you're the one. The Sumida police was looking for you. Glad to see you're alright. Sorry, I should have told someone I was okay. I was just so pissed off. Falling right into Haihaku's hands, I got myself into some deep shit. Haihaku seem like they're up to something. We'll have to make sure they clean up their act once and for all. Get it? Because they sell soap? Nice one, boss! You're really on top of your game today. Stop trying to make me feel better. I shouldn't have said anything. More importantly, Mayu, thank you for your cooperation with Yoshimi. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. Oh, you must be Detective Ario. I heard a lot about you from Heimji. I'll be counting on you. Catch whoever did this, no matter what. Any burbs? Any burbs? Come to think of it, did old man Ashimi end up getting away? So word's out already, huh? He was cornered but managed to take a hostage and escape, is what I heard on the radio. What happened after that? So that's all they're reporting. Here's what really happened. He was killed? And the hostage was Tatsumi's daughter, whose whereabouts are still unknown? Yep, his daughter showing up was a huge surprise. Even the boss couldn't believe it. Damn it, the hell do you expect? No one could have seen that coming. So there's already an emergency search underway for her as a key witness and suspect. I'll be rejoining the search for her after we're done here. Key witness and suspect? Oh, wasn't she a hostage? Could she have killed Najima and fled the scene? Well, it's a possibility. Ugh. If we're talking possibilities, might as well tell them everything. It's very likely that Najima was killed by a curse stone. What? A curse bearer? Oh, it's already evening, so the effect of the Feast of Shadows should be starting to return. Yeah, which makes it likely that a curse was used to kill him. Boss, you're repeating yourself. Try to calm down for a second. But that would mean the inspector's daughter is probably a curse bearer, right? Huh? Did you say something? Maybe I'm losing my hearing in my old age. Boss, you can hear just fine. Don't play the old man card every time you want to get out of something. We even talked about how much she might have the Taiko Tsugaru, if that's the case. Did we? My memory's a little hazy. You've got a soft spot for your daughter, don't you, Inspector? It's just hits a little too close to home. But either way, we have to find her as soon as possible. Alright, guys. We're almost to a 4-hour stream. We're super close to finishing this game. Let's just do it tomorrow. My throat's killing me. I need to relax for the day. And, there's not much left. It's just a lot of reading, you know? So I think we're gonna call it quits for today. And then we'll pick it up tomorrow. I don't work tomorrow. I was planning on not streaming tomorrow, but it shouldn't be that much longer. It'll probably be a short stream, maybe 2-3 hours. I don't know. We're gonna just try to finish it. I was hoping to finish it today, but maybe I should have played more Saturday, but I gotta take care of my throat. Let me see if anyone's online. I don't think anyone's online because it's Sunday, and Sunday's a very dead day. Oh man. Is anyone online? Ugh. We'll just call it for tonight, I think. Or today, I should say. Let's call it for today. So, thank you guys so much for coming. We'll be back tomorrow. I will start the stream earlier tomorrow, so then I can have the rest of the day to myself. I wasn't expecting to go this long today, but it's okay. It's my technically Saturday, since I have tomorrow off. But yeah, we'll finish this up tomorrow. And yeah, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream, and I will see you tomorrow to for sure finish this game. Bye-bye.